Keep the
these
background
people are
noise
doing.
down.
These Twitter attack, I'm guessing, some sort of a... I mean, they'll say it's not some sort of attack. There we go.
Sounds like a dog pile to me.
Yeah.
Sounds like they're brave in groups, numbers.
They've got rid of... look at this. How many? I just realised why you are sweating my nuts so hard, Bev. You can't get yourself an audience without one of us. That's unfortunate. And then he goes again, calls me a doxer. And say, where's your proof? Your evidence to call me a doxer. Sounds like libel to me. Please show us the proof. This is Slice Barcane again. Who's going round telling everybody I've doxed him, but I don't know who he is.
I'd be curious
Not
to
got a
see
clue.
what they mean. I'd be curious to see what they mean because I've never heard anything either way about that guy. Like when it comes to doxing.
I don't know.
So I'd be curious to see where's this information? What is it? What's so damaging?
He posted a picture. I mean, he did a video where he gave the middle finger to the camera. In that picture, he had a top on with a logo. And I made the thing because it was just after when John had sent an email to the Level company, and when he got level being horizontal conflated with flat earth, and he sent an email to the firm. I said to Sly, I said, you want to be careful putting pictures out like that when you've got people like John around. He might send an email to that firm, you know, and to get you into trouble. So Sly took that as being doxing. But he put the picture up.
So let me get this right. You tried to help a guy out, give him some good advice, and he took that as you doxing him.
Well, I think it's just an attempt to, so he doesn't have to talk to me. I mean, like, they're all using it now. So Jose's used it, Sly's used it, Fight the Flat Earth's used it, Septic's just used it today, Geistview uses it. They all use it. They don't need to talk to Bev because Bev's a doxer, but Bev doesn't even know what doxing is. Probably one of the worst people on the internet for that sort of stuff. I mean, I haven't got a clue. I don't even know anybody's names. I don't even need to know anybody's names. It doesn't matter. These oh, right now. So Septic's done the video, and he's put, "Oh Bev, you desperate fool. I have told you multiple times now, I won't have you on because you are a doxer." Again, that's libel, right? This isn't going to change no matter how much you beg for attention. There's a reason you wouldn't do it then, and you're all loud now. Get a life. So once again, Team Septic calling me a doxer, and that's why he won't honour the challenge that he made about the geometry thing. So he's backing out of it, right?
Seems like an excuse to me.
Yeah. But Geist View here, because he's another one. He's even worse, to be honest. Bev is a desperate simp. Not even got a clue what that is. Who needs a platform to spew his hate. Hate. Level is horizontal now, and teaching geometry and logic is hate. They're crazy, these people.
When did geometry become the new hate?
I don't know, got a clue. Oh, he's got Cleary. Well, I don't know what you've been doing, Cleary, but you've obviously upset them as well. His little bubble of Discord and clearly Hangouts tied in with near zero traffic website are not cutting it. He will suck any at this point to get on a larger platform. I don't care about a larger platform, only care about truth, honesty. That's all I'm bothered about. Team Septic says nailed it.
These guys must have some large insecurities if that's the way they think about things.
And to get out of a conversation as well about geometry. And I don't know, he's fighting a flat earth, right? That his mate fights flat earth. Flat earth's ridiculous. It's two-dimensional. Only a retard would have to go fighting something that's completely fictional. And then you'd have to be a special kind of stupid to not be able to talk about geometry to prove whatever you think you're on about.
They do like their straw mans, but...
How is this geometry but not math? It's squares. They're still going on about the geometry, right? Pythagoras. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. How is that not maths? It's like because it's geometry. Oh, Septic here is then Fight the Flat Earth's obviously come in because I can't read it. He's blocked me, so I don't know what Fight the Flat Earth's talking about. So fight before exploring the depths of Bev. Check out this PSA first, and it's retard alert. So I don't know what's going to start going on there, but Fight the Flat Earth can't. He has a boss, or is that something you label Fight the Flat Earth as? You seem to be triggered by monetization. Not. Lol, Bev knows who I'm talking to, whether he's tagged or not. Funny though, I don't know.
It seems like you know a lot, according to them.
Yeah. Look, lol, Bev knows. No, I only know because Scorpio put it. Why did you Mm-hmm.
So they still have yet to explain any kind of details how you've doxed anybody ever?
Yeah. Yeah, then they just say it. Literally, just say it.
Well, you know that expression, repeat a lie long enough.
Yeah. That's definitely what Slice Barkane's been doing.
Mm-hmm. Just keep repeating it, yell it louder and louder until people believe it.
Yeah, and get all of your other trolls.
That's actually a tactic of the... that's a political tactic. You just keep repeating it and yell louder until people accept it.
This Bev sounds interesting. See, now look, he's replying to Fight the Flat Earth. I can't read that. So, Team Septic is saying something. Fight the Flat Earth is also saying something. And then this person is replying to Fight the Flat Earth, who's talking about me, but he's blocked me. So I can't see what he's saying.
Sounds
What's
fun.
that sound like? It's like just so you can always talk behind people's backs. Imagine being that sort of a person that wanted to purposely make it so that the person they were talking about couldn't hear it, but everybody else can.
Well, it's a good way to spread rumors and lies, too. You can't defend yourself.
Yeah, look. It's like more of a polyamorous relationship than a hierarchy. These ones are... we've got the team on us now, right? The full team. Fight the Flat Earth and Septic. You can guarantee they're going to be talking about this on their show.
That might not be a bad thing. It's any publicity's good. It might get a little on the map.
Where's McToons today? Did he take the day off?
He'll have a troll account somewhere. I don't know whether he wants to get involved in it. He is the doxer, right? He admitted it. Scamming people's IP addresses and then location tracking them. Yeah, he admitted to that, so...
Isn't he friends with these guys?
Well, yeah, I would imagine so, but I mean, it's a bit tricky, isn't it? If you're trying to fake a doxing thing, the last thing you actually want is somebody who admits to doxing publicly.
Does make things a little bit more difficult.
Look. They tried a website. Right, Bev has no audience outside Emma UK and Cleary. Even on Twitter, his is just in one thread. They tried a website, but it gets zero traffic and just records your IP. VPN ×2. You will not see Bev going to a public square and preach his level is horizontal and be recorded. What does that mean?
I don't know, isn't this public?
What's he trying to set me up for there? It records your IP. The IP trackers. Who was talking about that? The Gems, wasn't it? Dawn was saying something about that. They tried a website. Oh, is he talking about the website?
Yeah, he's saying the website.
The on the level.live, the GoDaddy website.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
What, like, who can I get for that? I mean, is he saying that the GoDaddy websites have IP trackers on them?
Seems like it.
Wow, that's a pretty big claim, isn't it?
Seems like it.
What would GoDaddy say about that? I'm not so sure that's a wise thing to say. I best tell him.
Yeah, basically they're saying GoDaddy's tracking people and doxing them. Is that the way what they're saying?
Well, they're assuming at the inner workings of how the website works. They know that sort of thing is possible, so they're kind of trying to conflate, trying to suggest that you're doing it. They're implying it. They're doing.
Yeah. I best check. I don't like the idea of GoDaddy tracking people's IP addresses. Yeah. Wow, that makes me a bit suspicious, that now. Man. If it's libel, where's your lawsuit?
Oh my god. They don't need a lawsuit to have libel.
Well, the Fight the Flat Earth did the child abuse stuff, right? Publicly. A few times. Tony told us to save all and compile all the evidence and everything. So I did. I've got multiple tweets and all of that about the child abuse. Now that we've got the new doxing one, it's another one, right? It's just more stuff that they're falsely accusing me of. Now, libel, slander.
Maybe that's why you can't get a following. And then I guess it would be libel, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And see, Slice Barkane's put here, look, really, facts don't lie. He's made a video saying why he's done with me, making up all of this lies with the doxing. And it's in a video. He's made it. It's a video. It's public. It's out there. Everybody's listening to it and they're watching it and and they're all coming out with the conclusion that I'm a doxer because Slice Barkane has made this video. He thinks it's evidence. This is getting a bit... Look, he's saying facts don't lie. And then posting a video. Anybody wants to go and have a look at it, you can.
Where's the video?
It's on Slice Barkane's channel. He went mad making a load of videos about me, didn't he? So he didn't have to talk about his bending water level test.
So how does he spell his name? S-L-I-C-E?
S-L-Y. Sly.
No, but so it's just Sly?
Yeah, Sly
Sparkane.
and then Spark. Ain, yeah. I'm trying to set up a thing with this guy about a proof for proof. And I'm saying we should do it to an audience, right? I mean, if that's the way it should work, proof for proof, one person should present and then it should be discussed. The other person should then present, then it should be discussed. That's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's...
What's the name of this big video? I don't see it yet.
Done with Bev.
Must be quite a long time ago.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how many he's made.
I'm looking for anything with Bev in it, and I'm back 11 months, so I don't see any.
Oh, no, it was closer than that.
Okay. Start back at the top. Oh, done with Bev. Here, sorry, I found it here.
I heard this Bev simp sucked off Riley for gas money. Oh, that's nice, isn't it, Geist View? He keeps bringing up Tony. He's always talking about Tony.
He's got a hard on for him.
Yeah.
Or it's Tony.
Yeah.
It seems like he's doxed you and Scorpio and Emma at the first of this video almost.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like this is more of a doxing video than anything.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
They're upside down, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at it here.
I'm asking him if he is Tony or if he has a thing for Tony.
He starts out by just talking about his test so far.
So like, did you post a tweet that tagged a company with the same name as on his top? ? Think carefully before you respond. Well, he had ITT on his top. So he put at ITT, right? And then send it on Twitter. What would that be? Would that be doxing? He's just copying the letters of his he had on his top of his top. I don't know. It's like, what sort of details do you get from that? He had a top on from a company, an IT company called ITT. He's the one that's putting the middle finger up, right?
Yeah, I think I've seen that picture all through the internet.
Yeah. If that's his work top, then it's hardly my problem to point out that that's he's doing that in a work top. It's not. It makes no difference to me. But I mean, yeah.
You know my opinion about being doxed.
Yeah.
Chances are you put the information out there one way or the other yourself. So seems like he's done that very thing. If that's the case, I don't know.
What we going here? Goblin, is this the guy who put two right triangles together to make another triangle while saying you couldn't do that? No, that's definitely not me. But then there's another line, I presume Fight the Flat Earth, because he loves to bitch about shit like that. Probably saying something pretty horrible about me. And then, is Bev like a Pokemon or something? I haven't seen it on Pokemon Go.
What does that even mean?
That was Antonia Sewer Rats. 82 Productions puts.
What's a Pokemon?
I don't know. Something that
What
cartoon.
are these guys? 12 or what's going on here?
Well, we know that mental ages are well below what they should be.
Yeah, why are they talking about? Aren't they adults? Like, why are they talking about Pokemon? I don't understand.
Come on, these guys spend their days trolling on Twitter.
This is like literally. This is I'm trying to set up a proof for proof geometry sort of thing where everybody can learn and we can all like progress a bit. But literally, this is it. This is their level.
So you're talking about geometry and they're talking about Pokemon. I
I
could
think
see why they don't
Pokemon-
want to have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Buster.
No, I was just gonna say I think the Pokemon's a reference to catching something because that's what the game is based on. It's going out and catching Pokemon.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know anything about.
Is
Pokemon,
anyone
so-
Does anyone go on there to have a look at what's going on here? Because Team Septic says, can we practice for situations like this? What's my proper response? Then Fight the Flat Earth says something. I don't know what it is. But Geistview says, don't forget to call Bev ACA. You know what that is?
No.
Child abuser. So
Oh.
don't forget to call Bev a child abuser. And he really likes to be called a flat earther.
Yeah, so they're just trying to trigger you now. Yeah, you know what? I remember way back. I don't know. It was probably grade 7 or 8, 9. You know, in around there. You know, we weren't very mature. We were kids, and we said a lot of stupid shit, and you know, just acted ridiculous. To me, that's all this sounds like. It's like
Yeah.
junior high material, to be honest. Like, I wonder, did they Google these comebacks with the Pokemon and shit, or did they come up with that themselves? And you know, if they did, yeah, like, what the fuck? What's Pokemon have to do with geometry?
No, they play it. There's grown adults that play this game.
Are you kidding me?
No, they go out around the streets with their phones and
Oh,
catch
yeah,
them.
yeah,
It's
that's a Pokemon Go. Yeah, that's where you go.
Yeah.
You go walking.
Okay.
You get out.
Like, I guess I find I have, you know, adult things to do in life. I don't have time to figure this Pokemon shit out. But, well, I guess I learned something today. Hmm?
They have time.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's weird, man. It's weird. Bev brings up geometry and shit, and they want to talk about Pokemon.
Yeah, so pretty sad, guys. Any response to the proof for proof challenge or the septic geometry of the Earth thing? Right? It's do the best you can. I mean, they're all like with the little abuse things and all of that.
Yeah, that's their big comeback, it seems like. You want to talk about geometry and shit and have a conversation, and they want to talk about child abuser and Pokemon and what else was there? Doxing. Like, come on. You can't fucking dox from having a conversation on Discord. This is ridiculous. And just because they make a definition of their own, what they think child abuse is and all that shit, it's not, you know, that's not a clinical definition of what child abuse is. So it's, these guys are, you know, kids trying to define things like that. That's all they're acting like as kids, and they're trying to make definitions about something that's serious. It doesn't work well.
Yeah.
They're all just Coffee and Craig, aren't they?
Yeah. There's another
Yeah,
one
well-
here. Friar Tug has come up with, if you have a triangle with the sides measuring 50 IQ, 50 IQ, 50 IQ, or 2 flirfs, 2 flirfs, 2 flirfs, or 1 Nathan, 1 Nathan, 1 Nathan, they're all the same measure, different units. Using whichever one you prefer, what is the measure of the internal angles? Again,
Yeah.
right? Same thing. We've just been over that like 3 or 4 times with 3 or 4 different people.
That's the thing, though. Anybody with any kind of maturity level whatsoever is just going to be like, what are they talking about? This isn't a mature way to have a
This is
conversation.
what they're like, though. Seriously, it doesn't get any better than this. This is the absolute globe model heroes on Twitter.
What?
This
Well,
is,
I know you talk to these guys on Twitter. I'd be careful if I was you, because if this shit's contagious, I'd hate to see you start talking as foolish as they talk.
I've been doing this for a year and a half with these.
Just be careful.
I've been
Be
learning.
careful. It's not contagious.
I've got to say, these trolls are shit as well.
No, the bad trolls, and they're not very. I mean, like, this is Fight the Flat Earth and Team Septic, right? They're meant to be big names. Slice Barcane, another one. They've
Well, I
got
hope
nothing.
they're not known for being mature.
No. The best way of doing it is to act like a child and then silence you, or just sort of mute you. block you so you can't hear them. You can't see
Well,
what they're doing.
Are you really worse off for not being able to hear them?
Fight the Flat Earth. Well, no, because I know all of the stuff he's posting. You know, I know the vile, horrible stuff. And he's only blocked me because he got banned last time. He considers me responsible for when he got his old account banned. You're not meant to come back when you get banned permanently. That's it. It's alright for some people, though, for seemingly.
Yeah, I think they just need to grow up.
Well, it'd be nice if they ever made it to come round for a chat.
They'll duck and weave.
Well, there
always will.
was one guy that we got on there, but I think somebody will probably have told him. That's the only reason Cos picked him. Bob. Oh no. I think maybe death stuff. Why pollute the oceans even more? Can't we just send him to the centre of the sun? This is Fight the Flat Earth. Anybody on Twitter at the minute?
Not right now, but I can be in a second.
You just go and have a look on
I
that
can
thread of
be
the last,
pretty quick.
my last posts, and just have a look on that thread for what he's putting in there, because I'm not involved in the conversation anymore, but they're definitely talking about me, I think.
If only I knew how to use Twitter.
Oh no, look at this.
Tweets.
These effing moron... Oh, effing flat earthers just want to take you and Fight the Flat Earth down. These idiot flat earthers, he's obviously not talking about us, are just tired of looking like the fools they are every time you put a video out and is still using the it's level. So, like, these people that are joining this thread are actually listening to Fight the Flat Earth and his bendy geometry, Fight the Flat Earth geometry with bendy straight lines and intersecting parallel lines, triangles with more than 180 degrees. It's a fantastic world that these people live in with Fight the Flat Earth and Team Septic. It's terrible. Oh.
Well, you know how it is in real life too, right? Like, the most miserable people are the people that are the most hateful. They're just projecting their inner souls onto everybody else around them.
Oh, look at this. I don't know what they're going. There's these two people. Brad, the science guy. I have a new position. Level is straight line on a horizontal plane. Dennis puts, that's an interesting tweet. Brad, the science guy, then puts, the only problem is we don't live on a flat plane. And I put, very true. See the vertical things? Add the 3 dimensions, right? Add the 3D, the vertical. And then Dennis says, if we bulldoze the hills and mountains and use them to fill the valleys, would the earth be flat? And Brad comes back and says, no, it would just be a perfect sphere. And Dennis then says, not if level was horizontal.
So who's Dennis?
It's just one of the trolls.
So does he agree with you then?
I don't know.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. But I've just put level is horizontal. So, that's good. And then God's Audit is coming back with what I'm not taking a simple maths test. If any time anybody says, do you want to have a conversation with me? And they say, if you do this maths test first, I'm going to go, nah, it's all right. I don't want to talk to anybody that talk like that. Have you found what thing he's saying? Is he
I don't know how to operate Twitter. I see where God's auditor told you you're not the one making the rules here, chess pigeon. So I'm on that thread where they want you to take a math test.
should be my last tweet. Yeah, you might have to jump about with it. You know how Twitter works. The last one will be the one that has Fight the Flat Earth involved in the conversation.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know that well how it works. So triangles have 180 degrees in internal angle. That seems to be your last one an hour ago, according to this. Oh wait, no, more just came 9 hours ago. How come it's going the wrong direction? 8 hours ago, 11 hours. What the heck? It's getting worse. "38 minutes ago. Proof for proof. John the Twitter troll. Seems it's that one that started it, Bev? Must be. No, maybe not. It's the one where you posted the live stream.
Right, I'm still trying to work out this proof for proof with this guy. I say just line up your proofs for level being horizontal and we'll match them one for one. I'll go first if you want. You can then provide your proof for us to see. We can match each other one for one. Oh. I best say.
Okay, I found your very last tweet. It's counting down in seconds. There's one 4 minutes ago. Level is horizontal.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know who that was. No, that was a different one.
Mhm.
Maybe the one before
Yeah.
that.
13 minutes ago. No, I think I'm on that track. Pretty sad, you guys, in your response to proof challenge, the septic geometry. Why the heck do they think you should take a math test to have a conversation?
Yeah, I had to point out there that just line up the proofs for level being horizontal and we'll match them 1 for 1. I'll go first if you want. You can then provide your proof for us to see. We can match each other 1 for 1, like that. And then I had to put, I'm going to be providing proof for level being horizontal. I guess you'd be providing proof that it curves on your model. Because that, like, yeah.
Well, they're calling you a creepy cyber stalker.
Really?
Yeah, this Def Not Chess. Do you know who that is?
No, is it?
He must have you.
Is there an
He
at?
must have you. No, at
Fight the Flat Earth official.
no at Goblin Q Chess.
Oh, no, I don't know who
It
that
says
is.
almost like they're searching your handle as often as possible, like some creepy cyber stalker. We know some of those. ...
Oh, did he?
49 minutes ago. Yeah, that was. He might have you blocked. That was God's auditor said. Like I said, he really wants to suck your protractor.
Yeah.
And then right after that is when this guy said that. And then right after that's when Jay Perez said, these fucking moron flat earthers just want to take you and fight the flat earth down. These idiot flat earthers are just tired of looking like the fools they are every time put a video out and still using its level.
Right, this is it. He's put here. Look, I wonder who Father Skeptic was addressing in this comment. We may never know. And it's got a thing circled and it says Beverly. Beverly. It's not Beverly. Beverly. Right? And that was the one that was sent to Scorpio.
Are they?
So they're trying to say that if
doxing
he
you?
writes Beverly, right, in a tweet to somebody else, I'm meant to know that was addressed to me. He didn't reply it to me, or even at me in it. He wrote Beverly in a tweet, and that's like, look, who could this possibly be?
Just seems like schoolyard games
Yeah.
once again.
These are the childish games of a Globe Earth defender. Lolbev, you are calling him a liar. Right, so they're calling me a doxer. And then Team Septic thinks it's a good thing. It's like, Lolbev, you are calling him a liar. by your definition, that's libel. No, Septic. Calling a liar is a truthful act. It is not libel. Calling someone a doxer without any proof whatsoever is. When somebody says, stop doing that, please, you're lying. That is not libel. Ha ha ha. You. How grown up are these people meant to be, really?
They aren't. They are just children.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're meant to be, but they're not very grown up at all. Like, not even close.
Kids probably behave better than they do.
Yeah, I got children that are in the single digits in age that don't behave this badly. Well, they'd get their asses spanked if they did. Hope that's not child abuse. I don't know if you're still allowed to say that nowadays or not.
Who's Beverly? That's Team Septic. I continue to read this, wondering to myself who I was addressing. I haven't got a clue. It's not my name. I'm called Bev. Sad. Sad, sad, sad men. And I think it's only about the it's only about to stop me talking about the geometry challenge that he wanted. He asked for. Right? Watch the video. And Casey. Why did he not reply to me directly? And why would he not do that and he'd go to somebody else? Maths test again. God's auditor. Is that all about the maths tests with that guy? Is that what God's auditor does?
Or is he excited that, like, did he graduate high school recently or something and he wants to show off, or what's the story? What's with the math tests?
Don't know. He's AT2 Productions. He's hey obtuse. You should know that word. Since you're the geometry master. Beverly. I mean, again, this poor girl, Beverly, why does she keep getting... It's like, you see, this is a swear word that he's put in there. I can't stand for that. We have to report. We have to report that. It's disrespectful or offensive. Poor Beverly. There's no need to be calling her names like that. Why do you keep asking? I said he's not very grown up, is he? He's not very grown up, is he? Why did he not reply to me directly? I'm asking God's auditor. And he says, why do you keep asking me like I'm inside his head? I'm not asking him like he's inside you. He's inside his head. But for the fifth time, expletive time, I am not Team Septic. Take the math test. It's all about the math test. He loves it. God's auditor. Right, Brad wants to know whether I agree with his statement. Level is horizontal at one local position on a sphere. That is my new position. He changes positions a lot, doesn't he? Change positions a lot, Brad. He's like standing on the ball. Yeah, here we go. Dance for us, Beverly, all capitals. He's took the E out now, so it's just Beverly. It's not Beverly. Dance. Are you happy with your place in life? Yeah, I am. I think it's quite nice. Thank you. I'm liking this text chat troll. 1-to-1 question and answers.
Tell them to send the math test to me. I'll try it.
Being the ass end of every joke. I'm just doing the Team Septic one. In this thread. I'm the ass end of every joke in the thread. That's because the whole team's in there. All of them. It's like a pile-on. They make a fake flat earther and then just insult them. They're loving it. Are you sadistic? Does this get you off? Look, I invited you on. You morally declined. Now we don't care about you and you're desperate for our attention. Explain. I'm seeing if you can hold your end of a challenge you wanted and fight the flat earth agreed to come on hashtag MEUK monetized. You still haven't tried to arrange it. I thought Time to prepare to leave your echo chamber. Are you ready now? Hashtag on the level. There you go. I think SSDG Blue Falcon has just come across one of his first stumbling blocks. Because I'm going to be providing proof for level being horizontal. I guess you'd be providing proof that it curves on your model. To which he says, I would probably say that level means perpendicular to the force of gravity. Well, let him get away with the force bit. It can be curved or be flat, or what that entails. Anyone agree with Mr. SSDG Blue Falcon?
Seems a little wishy-washy there.
Yeah. He doesn't really
Not sure
seem to
which-
understand where he's coming from, does he? Like
Doesn't
curved
seem
or
to be.
flat? Flat?
Yeah.
They always like that word, flat. I mean, it's not very mathematical, is it? It's not very geometrical. I mean, it's not. I've just
Sounds like he's
pointed out. God, sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying, sounds like he's appealing to gravity instead of geometry.
Look at this. It's got like my name, right? Bev, try thinking. And Bev is one of the, guess what? Beverly is a girl's name that also shortens to Bev. Wow.
You're not one of them transgender guys, are you, or something?
Oh, well, luckily for them, no. Well, actually, yeah.
Unfortunately
Well-
for them, they're
Well, I
probably
mean,
looking-
like if I was, right, I could probably get them banned from Twitter for trans hate.
Mhm.
I'm not getting my pronouns correct.
Pretty sure they'd just start up another troll account next day.
Oh, look, it's still curved here. Look. Bev, you keep avoiding answering the question directly. Man up and answer it. Would it work better if I used your full name instead of just Bev? That's still curved. Everyone know this man? He's saying that he wants to use my full name.
How would he know that?
Wow. Yeah, isn't that weird? Wouldn't that be sort of like a threatening a dox or something?
Sounds that
Is
way.
that? I best ask him. Is that you threatening a dox?
Like I said, all these people do is project what they are.
don't know. See, the Dance for Us Beverly. I'll best ask him who's Beverly. I mean, this is, again, we can get down to the good stuff sooner or later, right? Globe Earth discussions and all of that. The geniuses, the heroes that we have here on this thread. Oh, look, and here's another one of them. I said, why don't you respond to me, Septic? Are you frightened of me? It seems like you were running from the discussion from the moment you issued the challenge to me. You're even unable to reply to me directly. Everyone can see how you know very little about reality. Hashtag try thinking. Charis Care Bear Crane. You're trying this hard and still can't see that he answered this. I'm an autist with ADD. Your communication and focus in a conversation should be better than mine.
Wow.
No. Yeah.
When you have people with ADD that are insulted.
Yeah. Well, let me see. When did I write that? It was 12 hours ago. I wrote my one 12 hours ago. So, yeah, I think I know that he's replied to that, right? You're trying this hard and still can't see that he's answered it. Yeah, after 12 hours, he has eventually answered it. That was 14 hours ago. He answered me about 2 or 3 hours ago. Oh, okay. Bev again. Yep, Bev, a link of Bev. Bev again. It's like that's the same one. He's done that 3 times now. I'm going to level with you. Thinking is good and all, but at some point you need to start learning to. To get there, you need to try and understand the things you're thinking about. So, you're on step 1, supposedly. Time to get to step 2. Oh, he's put hashtag on the level. That's nice. I like you using that tag. It's great. Why would you yeah, he wants to use my full name, look. No, it isn't, as you keep avoiding answering the question directly. When I address you as Bev, then perhaps you would prefer if I use your full name. The one you shared when you posted your auto-level calibration certificate. If Bev works for you, then answer the question directly. It's one of them ones, you know, the question that you never actually hear. The question. When you continue your education and actually get to spherical geometry is God's auditor. I think is how old are you? Is it? like when you continue your education and actually get to spherical geometry, no, they aren't. What the hell's he talking about? Perpendicular is two straight lines, though, isn't it? Oh, nice. When you continue to your education and actually get to spherical geometry, no, they aren't. Not the way you're thinking, at least. This is why I want you to take the maths test. Right there, we can check spherical geometry off the list for classes you've taken. I have to ask for a definition for perpendicular that involves curved lines. They're not there. They're imaginary. They're made up in Fight the Flat Earth geometry. Oh, who's this? Pretty sure Fight the Flat Earth was supposed to be setting me up with a series of these people in some sort of a gauntlet. What the fuck? She couldn't handle me. Is she? I don't know. I'll talk to Bev on Red's Rhetoric channel if they want. If who's they? I'm not talking on Red's Rhetoric's channel. Unless we do a deal. I don't think that's going to happen. It's nice the way that Fight the Flat Earth's doing that, right? He's offering people things and deals that other people can talk to these people, as they're calling them. Look at this. Oh, where's Joseph? Look, anyone else in this thread not getting any notifications from Beverly's replies? I don't have her muted, but I only notice replies when someone else replies to my comments. I think Twitter has recognized her as a troll and hiding her activity.
What's going on?
The
All right, thank you.
The troll room we've got into with all the big guys.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, they're on to obviously, like I don't think you ever managed to get past the ad hom stage. I'm hoping at some point we might actually get to some sort of substance or something. I mean, I am asking about the geometry thing that Septic was meant to be doing.
Yep.
But yeah.
These trolls anymore, man. God. They'll do anything and everything except provide an argument or concede.
Yeah, I've gotten people telling me now that I need to do a maths test before I can talk to them.
Yeah, that sounds like rumpus. You're not qualified. You're not qualified to debate the subject.
Not even talk about it.
No. Not unless you're a troll who pretends like they're a surveyor or somebody's. Too bad we're not liars. It'd be easier that way.
I've asked this guy, do you have a definition for perpendicular that involves curved lines? And he's gone, better yet, I have a picture.
Oh, God.
Yeah. A load of lines that just sort of meet together, like curved lines that meet and go like, yeah, look, they are perpendicular. Oh, Steve McRae's liking 48 tweets. Wow.
I remember when I used to play with my crayons and make pictures.
Like yesterday?
Well, it was more like last week, but anyhow.
Right. It's a dance for us, Beverly Dance. I'm saying, I've seen if you can hold your end of the challenge you wanted. And Fight the Flat Earth agreed to come on Emmy UK monetized. You still haven't tried to arrange it. I thought you needed some time to prepare to leave your echo chamber. Are you ready now? Right. And Septic replies, you are beyond delusional at this point. Again, this time slowly. 1. I invited you on. You declined. We was already there. I said he would, like, it was about monetization, right? You acted stupid trying to dox people. Like, again, I'm going to have to ask him about that doxing thing.
He was talking big and bad over there with Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, he said there, like, look, I tried to dox people. He withdrew his invite. So, because Sly Sparkane has made this lie up about this doxing thing, this guy here now thinks he can just sort of back down on this thing, that he's going to be humiliated with the geometry challenge.
Why are these people so worried about doxing? They not realize that everyone has their information already? I'm sure there's someone, that probably knows who they are.
He says,
it's not like they're some secret person.
I had fun. Never once was Emmy UK brought up. We did, didn't we? I left it in there. Specifically.
I didn't hear that word.
What?
You kind of chopped right there or something. You never brought what up?
He said he's put, never once was Emmy UK brought up. And Fight the Flat Earth said, we can come over there. And I said, yes. Anytime.
They don't want it. All they can do is lose. They know that. But they'll have to bullshit their way around the whole time. And it's just not beneficial to them. Yeah, that's why Jim Panda, I guess, quit coming around my channel.
Right,
Because
well,
he
I've
knew
got
it was just a dead end street.
I'm asking him to provide the evidence that I doxed anyone. Who and how?
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but you could leave all these people behind.
Well, I need to find somebody else to talk to, right? But all of these people, all of them, and I'm saying all of them, they will follow me telling everyone I'm a doxer, so no one can talk to me. That's their mission now. Because the moment I talk to anyone, these people are going to look bad.
There's a lot of people's names that are out there. I honestly, I just don't see. I mean, like Mark Sargent is really Mark Sargent. You know, there's a lot of people I use my real name for a long, long time.
Oh yeah, like my name doesn't matter. I don't care about my name or anything like that.
I know. I'm just saying, why would they be so concerned that somebody's gonna dox them? That people are. What are they gonna? Hear people gonna come to their house? Call their boss and say, "Hey, did you realize that Fight the Flat Earth, Craig, Neil, his name's already out there, believes that he lives on the globe." His boss would be like, "Yeah, I do too. Everybody here does." I mean, what are they worried about? It's not like they're a flat earther. Oh my God, you're a flat earther. We gotta fire you now.
Well, I don't even know what that is. You know, like
I turned it into a joke. What are you worried? We're gonna figure out who you are, call your boss, and tell him you think you live on a ball. Right.
that's one type of 2D geometry. We're onto the perpendiculars. Oh, this is like God's auditor. Who's he talking to? God's auditor says, no, it sounds like a number, which Bev seems to be terrified of. I don't know where he gets that sort of thing. It's the childish Globe Heroes. Oh, Red's rhetoric's blocked as well. He's blocked me. Somebody's offering his dead dog up for a debate. It might be the best chance we get. Might be better than the Globe Heroes. Oh, her. Said she can't defend the Globe model against reality, so they're not going to let her, the Goblin Queen. Anyone heard of that? I don't know many women. ITT. Gets a bit boring just watching Twitter, doesn't it? Look, I know in your sexist mindset women can't do anything without permission, but in reality she's asking for the opportunity. I'll send them a Discord.
Anybody there?
Yeah, yeah.
Who's Dava on the level? That person.
I don't know.
Don't worry, it's Dave.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
it's Dave.
We've got to be careful at the minute because there was a guy in there.
Earlier, yeah, level something.
Yeah,
No.
doing a load of doxing stuff.
Oh yeah. I'm on
Have you give him a level roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. Steve McRae, are you going to ask a flat earther about spherical geometry and understand that how curvature measures how fast the unit tangent vector to the curve rotates, and to show us all how to use parabolic transport to demonstrate curvature? As that would be fun to watch a flurfer do. That's Steve
Are you a
McRae.
mod buster?
Pardon?
Oh, I said, are you a mod buster? I thought that's Steve or something.
Me, think so.
Oh, I don't know. Somebody was just talking. I thought it was you.
No.
Who's this? What, like, why are you asking me questions?
I thought Steve McRae retired, man.
No, he's a troll now. He's joined the troll squad
So-
with all of the Fight the Flat Earth and Septic and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sequitur show.
Just a bitter, twisted, like, childish person now that points fingers at people and says, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? Ask the Flat Earther a stupid question.
God, it's like hanging out at Jim Panda's with them.
He's asking me questions on, like, what's the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry? He's asking me. When he's refusing to debate, but he's asking me questions about stuff.
Wow.
You know, right, he's coming up here, right? We always goes back to perpendicular, right? That's where they get stuck on the geometry. So we get eventually we get onto. I'm trying to set up a thing with this guy. You know, for the proof for proof challenge, and obviously when it gets down to a certain point, perpendicular, that's when all of the other trolls start jumping in. The moment I put perpendicular is two straight lines, though, isn't it? That's when they all go loopy. Spherical geometry, all of that. So I put the definition, and then this guy puts it here, and he says it's got, it even has a little picture of a sphere similar to the one I posted in the bottom corner about the two-dimensional projection of a sphere onto a surface. Spherical geometry, but because it's got that sphere in that bottom right hand corner, perpendicular, it overrides everything in his head. It's got a little picture of a sphere down here. It says projected a sphere onto a plane, right? So the flat bits at the bottom is a plane. It says sphere and it's got a picture of that there, though. Everything else, right angle, 90 degrees, geometric objects, lines intersect at a right angle. First line is perpendicular to a second line. The straight angle on the first, it's all straight lines. All of it. But because it's got a picture down here, this fool just automatically imagines you can get a perpendicular to line. Now, they could bullshit that, right? They could just come up with a load of words and try and baffle you, particularly like Steve does here. I'll try and find that. Like this. Now I'm going to say this. Steve, you are going to try and ask a flat earther about spherical geometric and understand that how curvature measures how fast the unit tangent vector to the curve rotates, and to show us all how to use parallel transport to demonstrate curvature. As that would be fun to watch a flirter do. Means nothing. But I can prove that you cannot measure an angle to a curved line. I can prove it with geometry. Show you how it's not possible. How the angle changes. It needs to be two straight lines. I can prove it. I can show it to you. The problem is with these people, they won't let you get to show that. They'll just keep coming up with fancy answers and fancy words. Like Steve does. Steve McRae. It's shocking. Another one here. What debate? Are you trying to debate that geometry is not math? No, that isn't the debate. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. Because, and then going on to make a load of assumptions.
What's that floaty ball that keeps going across your screen?
Peach.
Oh, it's a peach.
Yeah. It's a space peach.
Looks like he's wearing an astronaut's helmet.
Yeah. He might be pretending to be he might be having dreams of childish dreams, being an astronaut, being in space, tumbling around forever.
Well, what goes in motion stays in motion, I guess. Something along those lines. This guy here, admitting that you posted a tweet that tagged a company with the same name as on Sly Sparkane's top. Wouldn't Slice Barcane have to admit to posting the tweet first?
Well, on this tweet here, I did this. I just put at, like you do on Twitter, and then put ITT. Because that's what Sly had on his top. So I put at ITT, and then you click on it. There's a guy with, he's following 2 people, and he's got 103 followers. It looks like he's Chinese or something. He's made 3 tweets. Now, if that is the company that Slice Barcane work for, I would be highly surprised. But, Still Curved here seems to think that that is me admitting that I doxed him and tried to get information from his old company. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean?
So these guys are delusional.
Yeah. All of them.
So you said his old company. How
Well,
would you know that it's his old one?
He said he's posted way more information about it than me. He told us it was a defence company, and he wasn't working for it. He wasn't in it anymore. But
Well, then he's the one that would have given the information out, no?
Yeah. No, but that's my original thing was, watch out, you've got your company top. There's people round here, like John, the troll, that does actually email companies to try and find out information about you.
Well, for all a guy knows, he was the garbage guy at the company too. Who cares?
Yeah, well, I was sort of thinking, what if somebody from that company were to see it and he was doing that, putting the middle finger up? He might get into trouble for it. So I was I mean, he doesn't seem to have bothered taking it down or anything. So he can't really be that bothered about it. It's still out there. I mean, he reposted it to me to tell us why he was doing it. He was doing it to have a go at the flat earthers, right?
Yeah, just more maturity.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah.
Maybe they should go have a chat with a Canadian surveyor, a real surveyor.
Why use the tag? What's the point of using that tag in your tweet? To trigger you. I'm going to put an @ ITT, and I'm also going to put a hashtag ITT as well, because that's where? That one is. Why do you keep saying that an angle can't be between a curved line and a straight line? Euclid specifically mentions an angle between a straight line and a curved line in his Elements.
Does he?
Well, there may be a reference to like a angle at A, right? But it's got no number on it, and I don't know what it like. It'll just be representing something within I don't know. I'll have to wait and see what he comes back with. It's definitely not a definition because it's not possible. Or has he changed that? Poe, right? Has to be a Poe. Steve McRae. Imagine being somebody like Steve McRae and having what possibly was one of the biggest things, the Non Sequitur show, and eventually ending up on Twitter calling just a Dutch wagon driver a Poe, saying that, to all of his little peons or whatever, like, wow, this guy's got to be a Poe.
Who is he talking about?
Scorpio.
Nice.
Look, curved now. Great. So you admit you did it. Thanks. Oh, I've got they on Twitter, on YouTube. I put my mum died in the car crash when I was a child. I don't know if many people know that. And he's put, sorry to hear that, Bev. Did you have close relatives that raised you, or was it up to foster care? They are thankful that there is a sister-in-law ready, willing and able to care for their children. Should they have a similar unfortunate accident occur, if both Mr. and my wife were killed, of course. Oh, they. He talks as though they. That's it's meant to be chunky, right? They.
Chunky butt boy.
Yeah. Def not Chesh is Goblin Q Chesh. It's got to be Cheshire Vicky, that, hasn't it? Yeah, so Still Curved has managed to convince himself that I've admitted to something about Sly wearing his top. And writing the letters ITT down on Twitter. So I've admitted.
That's Still Curved. Is he
Some-
from Gem Pandas?
I don't know. He's childish enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's never decided to fess up to any sort of a conversation or anything. He's never come round and engaged in a conversation. Just makes up shit. So could well be. Could be any of them, really.
Yeah.
I thought you knew Euclid's Elements. What about Book 3, Definition 7? Book 3, Definition 7. Now, they've been working on this, so we'll
Well, it sounds like someone did some research.
give them that. Book 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The angle of a segment is that which is contained by the straight line and the circumference. The angle of a segment is that which is contained by the straight line and the circumference. At the angle of a segment? I think it means when you put a chord through it. It's that bit at the end, but I mean, like, I don't... The angle of a segment is that which is contained by the straight line and the circumference. It doesn't say it at a point or anything. The angle of a segment is that which is contained by the straight line and the circumference. Okay. An angle in a segment is the angle contained by two straight lines drawn from any point in the circumference of the segment to the extremities of the straight line, which is the base of the segment. It's all about circles, right? Yeah. Interesting. But that's not an angle of a triangle. For a measured angle.
What does it say? The angle of a segment is that which
It's contained by the straight line and the circumference. The best I could think of is a chord. And then from the chord to the circumference.
Why don't you type that entire sentence out into a Google search and then look at the pictures?
For which one?
The angle of a segment is that which is contained by whatever the rest of it says. Let's see it now. Type in an angle of a segment.
The angle of a segment.
Is that, yeah, exactly what you said to me, is that contained by a straight line and the circumference of a circle. And then look at images.
Yeah, well, that's the book I've got in, like, at the top.
No, but on the images, does it not show images of what they're talking about to you? They're all straight lines.
It's the length of the chord, yeah. I mean, in order to measure the angle, you need two straight lines.
Yeah.
In order to
It's
put,
not-
like,
it's
a
not a
right
straight
angle
line.
there or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a straight line against a curved line to come up with an angle. It's all, you're still only getting your angle from your straight line.
Yeah.
It's within a circle that you basically make angles within a circle. Big deal. Angles with straight lines, I might add.
Yeah, well, it's the internal angle, isn't it? You know, like the triangle on the inside.
Of a circle. Yeah.
Yeah, like at any point, it's always the internal angles. I know that's the problem when you get thinking circles with geometry. Like they say, hyperbolic geometry is a inverse curve rather than an external curve. Well, that's just the inside of a circle, isn't it? Rather than the outside.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is this isn't a straight line intersecting with a curved line to make an angle. It's straight lines making angles inside the circumference of a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's their point is non sequitur.
Yeah.
So apparently they never look too far into it.
No, they never do. Anytime they ever write anything. Didn't you mean to say, while Euclidean geometry seeks to understand the geometry of flat, two-dimensional spaces, non-Euclidean geometry studies curved surfaces. Both are useful when using correctly. I'm sure that's what you meant to say, right? And they'd be like, no. Did you read book 11?
Who made that comment, Bill?
Which one? The earlier
The
one. I'll go
the one
back and
about-
have a look.
The one about the Euclidean book 3, definition 7, or whatever it was.
I don't know. I don't know. Might have been Brad.
Whoever
Probably
it
Brad.
was, doesn't seem. If their point was somehow or another that a straight line intersecting a curved line makes an angle, that doesn't make their point. That's for I would say they clearly didn't know what they were talking about.
Tensor. Let's have a look at that. He said he wants me to say, is he fine with that definition of orthogonal being two straight lines?
Should ask that guy to explain what his point is.
No, you can. No, you like. That's not how Twitter works. The Twitter trolls they do not answer questions like that.
They're not there to answer your questions, are they?
Right. He's asking me, this guy, we've just gone through perpendicular. And he says to me, do I know what tensor or a tensor field is? Do you? Anyone? Do you have a clue?
What is it called?
A tensor field.
Maybe. But I'll say no.
Yeah. Differential geometry. Does that sound fun?
Never heard of it.
Okay, I'll give you a quick one. A tensor is a mathematical object analogous to, but more general than a vector, represented by an array of components that are functions of the coordinates of a space.
Oh.
A tensor field on a given manifold M assigns to each point of M a tensor which is defined on the tangent space at the given point.
Sounds like your ass should be jealous of all the shit that's coming out of your mouth right now.
I'm gonna have to say it's not really relevant to a proof for level in reality. Well, a minute. Are we going to be allowing that? I suppose. If we're doing a proof for proof challenge, would you allow that as a sort of a proof?
I don't know how it's a proof, but if you say so.
Yeah, it'd have to be explained properly, like, wouldn't it?
I think so.
You
yeah,
couldn't
if you're
just
gonna allow it.
say a load of words and just go, there you go, there's my proof.
Yeah, I would say I'd want more explanation. Pretty weak. Of course, if that's the same guy that gave that Euclidean definition, that's really weak. It's not even... I don't even know how we could fit that in.
Yeah, but somebody says trying to offer me a book of trigonometry, and I said I don't need trigonometry because I've got logic and geometry for the proofs. The logic proofs are the more fun ones, right? The ones that get your mind working for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Rather than these, stuff that you can't ever hope to understand.
That's right.
Somebody's come in here. Prosecute Pornhub Stephen Steen as part 2 for Skeptic. Try thinking, schooled you guys so hard. This was embarrassing to watch the Globers flail too hard. He can have a like for that. In fact, I might even retweet that. I will. This guy knows. We're gonna have to start putting some more stuff on the website. What do you reckon we should do first? Should we go over the test? Should we do some proofs? I kind of want to go over Paige's proof.
I'd say proofs and then the test, maybe. Get a foundation. If you don't understand the proofs, I guess the test isn't going to mean much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might have to have a look over Euclid and see whether we can find any of the, the proofs to go along with it to give everyone a proper understanding.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's so quiet today.
I'm still
I
trying
finally
to.
got.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, I finally got to where I can talk a little bit without making background noise. This would be so much easier if they just come out of hiding.
Yeah, well, at least I might end up with one guy that's willing to do the proof for proof challenge, right? At least that way it gets us to put out the proofs, right? And it gets us to check what they've got. You know, there might be somebody out there that's got a absolutely brilliant, convincing argument. Defies all known logic and everything. You never know. You never know. They might be able to make up a new logic and prove it to us.
Isn't that called spherical geometry?
He's asking me if I understand him.
Tell him to come on here and explain them. So.
Yeah, that's what I... I think it's a good idea, right? As I put, it's up to you to present your proofs in a manner that people can understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't want to lay too much responsibility on them, though, Bev.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're used to that.
I'm hoping this is going to be good. I've asked him when, like, because it's obviously not going to happen now.
Using TV War. I have seen it.
Can't explain angles to a curve. An angle is the inclination of one straight line to another. There's no way an angle to a curve works because an angle measured at a different point on that curve will be bigger or smaller depending on where the point you're taking it from. It just doesn't... He's posted that picture that, you know, the definition, the segment of a circle is the figure contained by a straight line. And again, like, as if that's enough to prove that you can have an angle to a curve. Some words wrote down that says the straight line and the circumference. Yeah, I've just like they're saying they're logic based. You've got proof, so they're not the best at that. You should get those proofs to Steve McRae. But Steve's already said he's not the best at it, so it does bring a question about right who is the best. Who do they have? Who's the best? Thanks for confirming. Yeah. He's pointing out that the what you avoid in responding to it, a circumference is a curved line. Euclid says you can have an angle between a curved line and a straight line. I've had to point out that what does he know about circles, because like you say, if you put a straight line across the circumference, then you can put both of those points back to the circle at the center point and make a triangle. That's the point you were making earlier, right, Gods?
Pardon me?
He's going about the chord, you know, the segment.
Yeah, but it's inside the
Yeah. But
triangle
that's
and
what I'm
it's a straight
saying.
line. Yeah.
If you put a line on the inside of a circle, right, you can then put the straight lines to the center to make a triangle. And it does come actually into it a bit later on, as Buster was mentioning. That angle that you have at that point on the across from the it's called the tangent, right? That angle is the tangent, you know, of a sine, cosine, tangent within the trigonometry.
Right.
Well, because the because the right angle is formed on that bit opposite the hypotenuse, and the diameter of the circle becomes the hypotenuse. That angle that's formed around the circumference is a right angle, but that's what's called the tangent angle. That's why that point is the tangent point. So that angle, point, same thing.
Yeah, they always use the term tangent just based on a line on a circle, but it's like, when I read into it more, it's based on right angles and geometry. They've just drawn a circle around it where they've met those lines that are based on straight lines.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah, we end up. It's better for us, right? This is quite good, isn't it? Which these people on there. Yeah, I like the idea of that. That's that angle there, I suppose, is sort of. That's what they're talking about, but they're talking about the internal angle, I think. But, I mean, who am I to say? It's only an interpretation, isn't it? I would ask if they were saying it was the segment of the circle contained by a straight line and the circumference. The figure contained by a straight line. The segment of a circle is a figure. Well, what's a figure? I don't know whether Euclid defines a figure. Figure maths. A number representing an amount. A number. Somewhere with a particular type of appearance. Oh, mathematical shape. A geometric shape. That sounds right. So it's a geometric shape, right? So the geometric shape a segment of a circle is the geometric shape contained by a straight line and a circumference of a circle. Segment of a circle is the shape contained. That is pretty confusing. That. An angle of a segment is that contained by a straight line and the circumference of a circle. See, that's different. An angle is that contained by a straight line and a circumference, and that says and a circumference, and I'm sure mine didn't say that, did it? Does he say 6 and 7? A segment of a circle is the figure contained by a straight line and the circumference it cuts off. Circumference of a circle, circumference it cuts off. The angle of a segment is that which is contained by the straight line and the circumference. Wow. Yeah. I'd like to see them work that out. Explain it as well.
I posted something in live stream about the spherical geometry, and I can see why they like to latch onto it, but it goes against a whole ton of stuff in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah.
Such thing as parallel lines.
All
Surveyors must hate that.
Yeah, you can't have parallel lines. Yeah, that's one of the like a train track. Sort of messes that up completely, right?
That gets into perspective, right?
Well, no. It just says there are none.
What you're saying. I'm thinking about just looking at them from along down the tracks. I mean, they have to let go of a lot of reality to latch onto this.
Yeah, there are no parallel lines in spherical geometry because there are no parallel lines.
Rectangles don't exist.
There's no such thing. There's no definition. There's no definition of a triangle or a square or anything in spherical geometry. And like if you say, well, spherical geometry, then we live on the Earth, and the Earth is spherical geometry. That's the geometry we're going to use. You get screwed up because you have there are no parallel lines.
Right.
Well, what's a train track? How does a train track go? How does a train keep going on those train tracks?
And how could a surveyor ever do his job right? Because their measurements are all based on all parallel lines, right?
Yeah.
'Cause, you're taking different elevation measurements based on parallel lines.
All perpendiculars meet at the same point. What?
That they would have to change everything they're doing.
The sum of the measures of the interior angles of a triangle is greater than 180. Not 180, greater than.
Right.
Well, I've never heard of that. Never ever had to use that application anywhere.
But this gets back into the conversations we've had with some of them guys before, where they like to mix the two. Based on this article, you can't.
Yeah, there is an upper bound on the area of a triangle. What about that? The intersection of two distinct lines is always 2 points.
Now, what are they saying there?
Well, do you know what the rest of that statement should be? Those 2 points are always antipodal. As in, one would be directly on the other side of the sphere.
Yeah.
Have to do. Like two straight lines, that's what they do. But they're not straight lines.
Right.
The two distinct lines. They're circles. They're not allowed to be called circles. They call them great whatevers, or don't they?
Great circles.
Oh, it's they's proper having a go. You listening, they? Nice. I might put that in. I might have to sort out a page on over at the website. The website that Geistview thinks GoDaddy are scamming IP of people.
They'll reach to any length, won't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to go and make a brew, so keep everyone busy for us, will you?
Yeah.
The pressure's all on you now, Buster.
Yeah.
Got this stump bot.
Are you still live, Bev?
Yeah.
And you're gonna leave poor old Buster by himself.
Oh, man. Maybe you can help me.
Probably not.
Probably
I'd rather
not.
sit there and watch you squirm.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm
This
good
is pretty
that way.
This is pretty interesting, though. I mean, looks like you almost see the way I'm reading it. You have to kind of pick one or the other. these geometries, and then even the spherical geometry is just a subset. It says of hyperbolic geometry.
Yeah, I don't even know how they get into those geometries.
Well, what I'm getting at is based on them changing definitions, you're making a whole new one. So it seems like you'd almost have to pick between the two. It's not like if one says parallel lines exist, and in the other geometry parallel lines don't exist, but how could you use them simultaneously?
Do you know what I think of when you say those? When you say it seems like they changed the definition or whatever. When people say that, like when there's change, there's different definitions for a different area, then I just think to myself of this quote all the time: the basic tool for the manipulation of reality is the manipulation of words. If you can control the meaning of words, you can control the people who must use the words.
That's
So
pretty much this in a nutshell, right?
yeah, that's what I think about all the time when I hear people talk about this stuff. It's just a control of the meaning of words, right? In a particular arena, which controls people's minds about how they must view a particular subject or topic, right?
Right. Well, I mean, it's like you read into this stuff, especially with the spherical geometry. It's like if you were going to be making spheres for a living, maybe this would come in handy because it gives you a subset of way to measure things and make a sphere. Not if you already have a geometry that are proofs, that are known proofs, you want to stick with that and not conflate the two.
Right, it just reminds me of another expression that's a little bit more well known, but if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I keep thinking of it. Geometry for me's it's more than just shapes and stuff, right? It's a learning mechanism. So, if you take the geometry as in the way it was formed, and that when we read the opening lecture for the Institute of Geometry, he was saying that it's formed from logic, and it was based in logic, and it was the logic that proved things, right? So the geometry is a proof, right? There is a way to prove things with geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can do that with Euclidean geometry because it's a logical form, it's a logical system. You can be taken through the steps right from the concept of a point all the way through lines, angles, and whatever, through the definitions, then through the propositions all the way to give you a proof of what it is you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right, through geometry.
I just posted another from the same article. Sorry, guys. It's saying here that the lines in Euclidean geometry are the great circles in spherical geometry.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that just totally... I mean, in that one sentence, it would seem like you have to use either or. Because within Euclidean geometry, straight lines are straight, but then you translate those straight lines into great circles in spherical geometry, so you're going into a whole different realm. So you would have to explain your geometry within that one geometry, right?
Yeah, within that system. You would need, the way I understand Euclidean geometry is like that, right? You use the geometry and the book to take you to a proof. So you can't sort of use all of the Euclidean stuff and then just sort of say, well, this is a little bit different here, and therefore this new geometry proves it. And it's like, what do you mean proof?
My understanding of Euclidean geometry at the base level is you only use you make all these proofs strictly with a compass and a straight edge. Like, you're not using rulers or degree finders or any of this stuff.
Well, if you take the first proposition in Euclid, you make a circle, and then you put you find the center point, obviously, because you have to. That's how you describe a circle. Center point. Make a circle. Put the compass or whatever, to make a circle on the outside on the circumference somewhere, and make another circle. You then in turn make a Vesica Pisces. If you join the two center points up, where the centers of the circles, that line will be the radius, right? Because obviously it's the center point to the outside. So, but the place where those two intersect, because the circles have been scribed, and they meet at the top, that meeting point at the top is also the intersection of two radiuses. Right, so therefore, all of those three lines
Are equal.
Right? That is the proof that is given within that first proposition.
Yeah, there's another way I've seen it done, which is exactly what you're saying, but instead they take a line segment. So you have A and B, you have line AB or whatever you want to call it, and then you set your compass to the distance of that line, draw a circle on point A being the center point of that circle, and then point B of the line, and then intersect your other two lines, making an equilateral triangle, which is exactly what you're saying. It's just you start with the line segment first.
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But all you are proving, the actual proof is that all of those three lines are equal, because all of those three lines are the radius for a circle. It can be seen, therefore proved, that those three lines are all equal, because the circles are equal. Yeah, I mean, that is a proof to me. Right, it can be shown, it can be demonstrated, it can be drawn, it can be done many, many times. So that's why it's number one in Euclid's elements.
Yeah, and you need it to make other proofs. Like, I was going through some of them the other day. You can take the next one, I believe, actually, in Euclid, is you take a line segment and you draw another line. You have a point, at any place on the page, and then you make another line segment the same length as your initial line segment from that other point, and then you start out by creating an equilateral triangle by using that technique we just talked about, and then you take it on further from there to make a line that's the same length you don't have to know the length of the line or anything either. That's what's kind of neat about it, right? It's just a straight edge and a compass. You can do all this.
Yeah, at any length of line, with the manipulation of the compass and the circle and the line, right?
Exactly. Yeah,
it's the relationship of one with another, all the way through. Or the whole process is just literally just that.
Yep. It's pretty neat stuff, I think.
You can sort of get put off with it by the if A, B, C is equal to A, B, and B, A, B. Like, you have to follow it, and you have to get your head around the fact that, I don't know, it does seem very algebraic, doesn't it? You know,
yeah, it does. You start to think, yeah, okay, I can see maybe how, or some of the roots, the grassroots of algebra maybe came from,
Yeah.
because initially there is no numbers to these letters or these lines, and you don't need them to make the proofs either. But later on down the road, I suppose, if you wanted to say line AB equaled this length, then you could later on say line CB or CD or whatever equals line AB length, right? And you start to get into those numbers and stuff later, I guess. But the original proofs, they don't need numbers to make the proof.
But see, that's the thing. Like, you're talking about these proofs with these straight lines, but I'm reading this again, and I still can't get past the fact that lines in Euclidean geometry are the great circles in spherical geometry. So it bunks what you're like. You've got these proofs with straight lines, but the lines in Euclidean geometry are the great circles in spherical geometry. So you have to pick either or, right?
Yeah,
You're
I don't know
basing-
I don't know who said that. Like, if that's an actual quote or someone off Twitter or whatever.
it's somebody
But that
trying to
just-
compare the two things together.
Yeah, it just seems crazy to even try and do that, to be honest.
Well,
That's
hey,
what this whole article was about, is explaining spherical geometry and where it derived and how it got changed from
It's
Euclidean.
it's a different set of rules. It's a different game altogether. This spherical geometry BS.
But like Bev's went through this stuff with the straight lines and angles.
Hmm.
Well, if those straight lines that you're drawing, you switch over to spherical, they're not straight, and none of them are straight anymore. Because it says the lines in Euclidean geometry are the great circles in spherical.
I'm not
So
even
everything
quite
you-
sure. Oh, sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm not quite sure how you would make the proof if your lines are curved, like, and all this other stuff. It doesn't. I don't know how you could possibly make that proof.
it's sort of conflating the two, right?
Yeah.
It's manipulating people's minds into thinking, well, the straight lines of Euclid, same thing as great circle things. It's like, it's not. One of them's a circle and one of them's a straight line. They're far from the same. But there again, spherical geometry is the geometry on the two-dimensional surface of the sphere. It shows it out, doesn't it? It shows a circle being opened out. If you look at spherical geometry and put in the thing, it actually shows a picture at the side of a ball, and then it projected onto a plane. I'll put that in spherical.
So are you trying to say that they're using ideas of spherical geometry within a plane?
Spherical geometry Wikipedia. Here, look. I'll
Which
give
doesn't
you.
even make sense. Then why do you got spherical
I'll give
geometry?
you the copy, and then you can have a look at it. Because I mean, this is the Wikipedia entry for spherical geometry, and there you go. Look at the picture; it shows you, and then read the words that it says. Spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere, and then it shows the projection of a sphere outwards onto a plane. There's a bigger circle on the floor that is a two-dimensional surface.
But those straight lines they're depicting aren't straight lines anymore. They're all... So nothing you would do within Euclidean would work.
It's on that. Yeah, it's on that plane at the bottom. Can you see it?
Yeah.
The big circle on the floor. That's the two-dimensional surface. That bit on the floor. That all the rest of it's a trick. So the
It's kind of
two-dimensional
weird because they
surface-
created a. It seems like they created a pyramid in the middle of it with straight lines too, right?
Yeah, I mean, all of those straight lines are there. There's a
Yeah,
couple
it's a
of
little
curved ones. I don't know where they came from. Like, there is two really weird curved lines in the middle of there that seem to come from nowhere. Right?
Yeah.
But there's one around the back, but there's another one that makes a funny, like a spherical triangle in the middle. But the actual two-dimensional surface, like it's showing you, is that outward projection onto the floor. There's like a tabletop on the floor of a circle. That is the two-dimensional surface. The
So it'd be better
spherical
that-
geometry is.
So it would be better to say the sentence backwards than great circles and spherical geometry are the lines in Euclidean.
No, I think spherical geometry is just a way to think of something. Right? It's not a real geometry. It's not a true geometry, right? Whereas
Can't be.
Euclidean geometry is built up from an axiom. It starts from nothing, and it is itself. Spherical geometry, it has a problem. One, it's the two-dimensional surface of a sphere, which Gaussian curvature says it's an undevelopable surface, which means it can't be expressed in a two-dimensional plane without distortion. Yet spherical geometry is the geometry of that two-dimensional surface. Absolutely crazy, but put that out of your minds right for now. Let's go with it. Right? The next problem you have is that it doesn't work. I forgot what I was going to say then as well. Two-dimensional and then Euclidean, but you have to sort of hold both of them at the same time, right? So the spherical geometry. Oh, where was I? Man, that's
2D.
Yeah, the 2D surface of a sphere. I don't know. My lad came in, making a Coke.
We have none of that left.
Oh, right. Sorry. Right, so when it says the practical applications of the principles of spherical geometry, navigation and astronomy. Why navigation?
See, that's what I was
Go
poised with the other night, was that you're shown that as far as airplane routes, and they show you that sphere with the curved lines, and they're saying those are actually straight lines, but they're curved 'cause it's based on spherical geometry for navigation. But if it's a 2D surface, I'm trying to logically, and yeah, you were right. You should just put it out of your mind. Man, this is If it's a 2D surface, the guy that was bringing it up was saying it's 3D because he was showing a sphere, a globe with the navigation routes for airplanes. But it's a 2D surface, right?
Well, that's what spherical geometry. I mean, like, read the first words. I mean, that's within the description of it. The first sentence that they choose to describe it. Spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. I mean...
So within this geometry, it's only dealing with that outside two dimensions, right?
Well, the two dimensions are like a length times breadth. I mean, that's what two dimensions means, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a plane. The plane
Yeah.
surface of a
The sphere.
Of a sphere.
Yeah.
which is a circle.
Yeah. But in Gaussian curvature, a sphere is a non-developable surface. And then you look up at Gaussian curvature and a non-developable surface, it will tell you a sphere is a non-developable, has a non-developable surface, which means it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional surface without being distorted. I don't like. And game over. Fallacy.
I'm trying. Yeah.
Instant fallacy. I think that's where I was going, right? Although it is a it's meant to be a standalone geometry. But what do you need to describe it? The dimensions of your spherical geometry. Sphere.
Sphere, but it's 2D.
What's a sphere? Where'd you get your definition for a sphere from? Not from spherical geometry, because spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. So how could the definitions of a two-dimensional surface of a sphere contain a three-dimensional sphere? Impossible. You're screwed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So you need
Yeah.
Euclidean geometry in order to start off to express your spherical geometry. You can't start off with a geometry that already assumes a sphere as step one.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around this developable surface, and it says that it's a surface that can be flattened out, a developable surface.
Yeah.
Surface that can be flattened out onto a plane without distortion.
Yeah.
But you're saying the spherical geometry.
Yeah, just
The
carry on
non-developable.
reading down and read down until you get to non-developable.
Yeah, let's see. 3 dimensions, all developable surfaces are ruled surfaces, but not vice versa. There are developable surfaces. There was a place that said something about non.
It was a bit. If it's wiki, it was a bit further down on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. It's that says the developable surface can be flattened out onto a plane without distortion.
Yeah, does it show you a few different shapes, like a cone?
Yeah, this one's showing
a cylinder.
Cylinder.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah. Sorry, here it is. Most smooth surfaces are not developable surfaces. Non-developed surfaces are variously referred to as having double curvature.
Mm. They curve in 2 directions at the same. Well, more than 2.
Spheres are not developable surface under any metric. They
Under
cannot be
any.
unrolled onto a plane.
So far, what we've got out of this is a sphere cannot be unrolled onto a plane without being distorted. Yet, we have a form of geometry that relies on Euclidean geometry to describe the sphere. Then, completely disregarding Gaussian curvature, all of that, we are then going to make the two-dimensional surface of the sphere that must be distorted. It must be. And then we're going to do geometry on a deformed, distorted surface. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
I'm getting it now. I'm starting to wrap my head around it. Yeah, this was good.
You're trying to wrap your head around the trick that's been played on everyone.
Yep.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
it's very, very fantastic. This is awesome. This is really good. So they're saying, basically what they're telling you is when they use spherical geometry for navigation, it's a misnomer, right? I mean, it's not. They can't, can they?
No, if it's the two-dimensional, like, because if you talk to them, right, this two-dimensional surface of a sphere uses latitude and longitude. Latitude and longitude are two-dimensional coordinate system.
Right.
So even latitude and longitude are a two-dimensional coordinate system. Well, that's length times breadth again. Like you're missing the other curvature part of this, aren't you? Every time.
Man, I totally missed the obfuscation the other night because that guy was saying that navigation with that sphere, the globe, was he kept saying it's 3D.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think so. I think it's 2D. No, look at it. It's a sphere. It's a globe. And so basically, you could have broken that down super easy because it has to be 2D if you're basing it off great circles, and it can be flattened out. But no. If you're using spherical geometry, it's based on 2D sphere that's non-developable surface. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man.
But they don't realise this, right? The people that you're talking to
Yep.
will see 3D. They'll hear spherical geometry
Yeah.
and hear 3D and imagine 3D because their geometry, right? When they hear all of these words, they're not actually. They've got no basis of real geometry, so they always imagine Fight the Flat Earth geometry and just hear something, imagine it. It works on that, and that's what it is that they imagine. Must be true, especially when you're talking to someone that you deem a flat earther. You know, like if they're imagining this spherical 3D, and then they're talking to someone like you that they deem as a flat earther, and then they've got to be more cleverer than you. Right? So they obfuscate that it's 3D, and how can you defend against that? You can only defend against that by knowing more about their actual geometry. Again, this is the next step into learning their model that they haven't gone here.
Yep. This is gold.
All of this stuff has been sat there for all of this time, and like all of the arguments that we've got and all of that sort of stuff. We can never get past a straight line. I've never got to this stage with anyone.
Yeah, because they're conflating way too many. I mean, not even just two things. They're conflating 2 or 3 things at one time with the Euclidean, non-Euclidean, 2D, 3D.
Yeah.
Just up. Yeah, that's wow. Then I can see where they won't concede to things because it all leads down to the basis of Euclidean geometry, which totally just wrecks them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I did this on Twitter, I mean, it must have been a fair few months ago, right? You come at it from the angle, I'm not a flat earther. There's mountains and valleys. It's 3D, right? It's definitely 3D. And they're saying, "Oh, you're a flat earther." And you go, no, I live in reality. We measure vertical. There's 3 dimensions there. And they say, no. You can't use Euclidean geometry. That's flat earth geometry. What you need to do is, you need to use spherical geometry. And you go, isn't spherical geometry the geometry of a 2-dimensional surface of a sphere? And they go, yeah. And you go, well, so that's 2D, that's flat, right? So you think you live on a flat, two-dimensional surface. Then, if that's the geometry you want to use, then, you know, surely they're the two-dimensional earthers. They're the flat, aren't they?
Yeah.
They are actually, the moment they step into spherical geometry, right? You won't find many Globers go there now, because I'm sure the warning's already gone out. But I'm sure you'll be able to catch a few that the warning hasn't gone out to.
Wish I'd have went through this 3 days ago. So 2 days ago, I would have been armed and ready, because I saw it and I was like, I know it's messed up. I know there's a difference between the 2 and 3D, but I don't have it memorized. But yeah, this is, guys, just magic tricks, man. It's just,
it's magic tricks using words, and like geometry is like to use the geometry against itself when it was the provider for logic and a logical reasoning. Well, to make this other geometry that performs a trick, you know, like Brad the other day was like, you need to move beyond Euclidean geometry. You need to open your mind, man. Just float in the world of two-dimensional. Come flat with me. You know, like they don't realize what they're saying.
Yep. They don't. Man. I knew it was bad, but this is like taking it to a whole nother level of bad for me.
Well, that's nice, that, Plague. I like that.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah. Can you have you got your Nitro? Because you could have that as a.
Yeah, I don't have Nitro. Because when they deleted my Cypher account, I had Nitro, and I vowed never to give them another penny.
Yeah. That's good though. You're getting. How many days work's that?
I don't know. I've done that over the course of today. A few hours maybe.
I've seen you starting it earlier on today. It's in a few different colours and all of that. Yeah. I like it. I haven't got anybody. Nobody can see it at the minute, so let me just get rid of the. In case anybody's listening and watching. Yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, I like that.
I like the green one when you changed your avatar to that green one.
Yeah, I had it on yellow for a while, and then I thought a different colour would make it stand out even better.
It does. It as soon as you changed it to the green one, it definitely stood out. Wise decision. I'll go and check Twitter again. Although I don't think I think they've gone off for a bit. They have. They might be doing a live show or something. They've not even replied to Clary. Right, where's DP gone? Is he falling asleep again?
I think so. It's been quiet for a while.
Yeah. We need to go over the Peach video, the rest of that. Peach one. And then we can possibly go over that guy's disappeared, but I'm hoping we might be able to do a proof for proof. Wouldn't you love to see one geometric proof for level being curved on the globe model?
Would be interesting to see.
Yeah. I'd like to see somebody attempt it. Because I would find it interesting to see what the geometric proof for a curved level would be like on the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. I'd imagine that'd be quite impressive. Actually, I'm not so sure, because it's two-dimensional, so it'd probably look like a straight line, wouldn't it? And then you just have to imagine it curving back again when you were to imagine that two-dimensional surface wrapped around the three-dimensional surface of a sphere.
Yeah, let me take you to an imaginary 2D world while you live in a 3D world.
Yeah, just imagine it.
Yeah,
Imagine
just
the
imagine
ball. Like, it's always imagine there's a ball underneath you and you'll be fine. You know, like, if you want to think you live on a model, then just imagine a ball under every straight line that you ever make, and that you can get away with it.
But it's 2D.
Yeah, but whenever you do the geometry on it, you do the geometry on a flat plane. And well, it just that, I mean, that makes sense, right?
No.
Yeah, it is. But when you get a map and you lay a map out, right, that's a two-dimensional surface, and the water
Yeah.
is all two-dimensional. Well, there you go. There's your two-dimensional surface. Right, you just have to imagine it as a ball.
But I'm not 2D.
Well, that's where the not a flat earther comes in, because that vertical, again, that's another problem, right? If you live on the two-dimensional surface of a sphere, then it doesn't allow for any elevation changes because it's two-dimensional.
Oh,
So there's no vertical component to it. Oh, did he not tell you that? Oh, did they? I bet they left that one out, didn't they? It's a bit hard, isn't it?
They're using 2D to explain a 3D world. There's no elevation. You're basing your geometry on 2D. Wow.
They're not basing the geometry on 2D. That's the problem, right? All Euclidean geometry rules apply within surveying and everything.
No, I'm saying the globers. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm
when they
saying.
go to spherical.
It's just that geometry, right, is a two-dimensional geometry, but they don't use it. They use Euclidean. But you just imagine that geometry is the geometry that's being used. It's not Euclidean, clearly. The measure of vertical elevation change. I mean, it. Yeah, it's a mind trick. It's the mind trick. And it was performed about the same sort of time that, the Gaussian curvature and all of that sort of stuff was the lead up to Albert. Old Albert doing his things on the chalkboard, writing massive equations.
But even that thing I read said that geometry is, of course, it's based in mathematics. I mean, the mind trick just goes so deep.
Yeah. Because like it all comes down to the logic. It's the geometry is the logic, and the logic is what keeps you sane. You know, it's your reasoning.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like what you were
Take
saying a
that
minute ago,
away.
that Euclidean works within 3D, because like a surveyor, you know, it's straight lines, so you can take that straight line, turn your transit or auto level right or left, and you can measure the same. You can do the same measurements in 3D, but within that other that they try to use and conflate, doesn't work like that.
Yeah, you've got no vertical component. Like
Right,
with
right.
if you're doing measurements of a triangle on in Euclidean geometry, in reality, you can measure them on the plane, right? A triangle like that for plotting points and all of that. But you can also flip that triangle and use it for elevation markers as well. So that adds the vertical component. Well, that literally isn't there. In order to do that on the spherical model, you have to redesign your base as a larger spherical surface, don't you? You can't have it undulating because it's the two-dimensional surface of a sphere, not an oblate spheroid. It's a sphere.
More people talking about this.
Because they can't. It screws them over. That's why they keep us quiet.
I mean, both sides though.
Mm. Well, they
This is
can't
huge.
imagine it because they're. As soon as they start talking about it, they realise they don't know what they're talking of, and the geometry that they're even trying to use just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, and like I think they're so far into the education system that they're ruled by formulas and algebra, and they've been semi-Penrosed. There you go. It's a good one. Has everybody watched the Penrose yet and seen what happens?
No, what is
Penrose.
Penrose video?
Yeah, have you seen? You've heard of the Penrose staircase?
Oh yeah.
Right, well, that
Yep,
Penrose
yep,
staircase was designed
Yep.
by Roger Penrose's father. Right, so his father was already pretty out there. Right, now if you've got somebody who's pretty out there in the maths field, and then your son grows up also within this maths realm, but it's not maths, it's this geometry that they allow to it's like freestyle, it's like jazz
Right.
geometry. You go wherever the geometry allows you, and to limitless ends, right? And because of that, they made hyperbolic geometry, which is an inverse curve, inverse curvature, or what, like negative curvature as they call it. But it's just, you think about it, it's just the inside of a circle, not the outside of a circle.
Yeah.
So, like, it depends where your brain's coming from, like the inside and outside of a circle, and the spherical geometry and hyperbolic geometry. Just two sides of the same ridiculous bullshit, right? Except one of them, they've said works, and it allows them to go into this orbit land space. Well, Penrose is the leader in this sort of thing now because he's been brought up in it, and he says some really weird stuff. He's obviously his mind's been affected by it. I mean, they call him a genius. He probably is, but he's not really in reality anymore. His brain's gone to this other place, and he says once you go into the geometry and you understand it enough, you can start manipulating it. He said that. Once you understand it, you can go beyond it. That tells you that his brain's gone to some place that these concepts and stuff, if they are allowed to sit in your mind, then they can do you proper harm. They
like quantum physics.
Yeah. They take you to places where like you're imagining things, and then you imagine something that somebody else thinks is brilliant, and you go like, I don't know, I'm just just trying to work this, and then somebody else goes, wow, yeah, amazing. And that could be the new hot thing.
Yeah.
Cause more and more people to look at that. But I mean, like, nobody knows what they're doing. They're all just imagining things. I'll try and dig that video out of Penrose, because he goes into he goes into explain this other hyperbolic geometry, or the other stuff that changes his mind, and he like curls up like a little child whenever he talks about it. It's really strange.
Yeah, I've seen that Penrose staircase before, but that's basically when you go over the canal. That's the same. That's the same problem within their geometry.
Yeah,
or their imagination.
I was trying to think how to because if you were to draw out the Baller's triangle, or the what we're going to call it, they're going to change it to the Angkor Wat canal, because it's like Angkor Wat's like an island in Cambodia with a canal going around it, but it's a square.
Yeah. I looked it up. Yeah.
So I was trying to think of how to express that on the whiteboard, and so obviously you've got a plan view and you see a square. But then you start the journey from A to B, B to C, C to D, D back to A. And if you were to draw that underneath, right, it would go like a staircase. Down, 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 down. Right, so that actual, when you think of the Penrose staircase, it is actually, so when you're trying to draw it, you then have to, once you've drawn it, get those two to meet back up, exactly like the Penrose staircase. But you have to do it mentally with a model.
Yeah.
And then see no problem with it.
Well, you're trying to draw a 3D representation on a 2D whiteboard. And that's where it gets crazy. And the 3D representation you imagine is impossible.
Well, on the model, I mean,
it's
dead easy for us, right? If you were to do a realistic, what would you call it? Side elevation. I guess you'd do it side elevation. Drawing in within whatever, you'd probably have to do it in some sort of perspective thing in order to get all of the sides.
Hey, I'm not trying to interrupt you guys, but Brandon Toy is not going live tonight.
Is he not?
Nah, his family's sick or whatever.
Oh no. Well, we're already live.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We've been live all the time.
Oh, live on YouTube, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were earlier. I thought you shut it off.
No. I don't know. Is it still going, or I haven't shut it off?
Oh, that's cool.
Check. No, still live. Probably nobody watching.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky when you start a new channel how little people watch. 6 hours ago. Holy crap.
Yeah.
I don't see it going.
I've got proof with John the Twitter troll on there. I'll have to change that, won't I?
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Let me just change
Oh.
the name.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, Scalpel's watching.
Does it tell you who's watching?
Yeah, he just showed up in there all of a sudden.
Oh,
He's
look,
got a
there's
wrench.
they's in there.
What do you mean, they?
In the chat. Yeah.
I hate those names. They space underscore. Come on, dude. Really? Don't make me type that.
Unable to connect on D Live, and we are online. So yeah, I'm gonna have to sort that D Live out.
I know what the D Live thing is. You need 200 subscribers.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I remembered earlier. That was why I did that thing for Spree. I'll talk you through it later, how to get them.
I wasn't
Who did you
really.
guys
Watching. I wasn't really watching, by the way. Just wanted to give some support. I was on here. But then I had to, when you guys were talking about it, I couldn't come off mute. I had to reset my Discord.
Why are you being dishonest, man?
I'm being honest.
Who's
I brought
Dave
it
on the
up.
level? I thought I asked that earlier, but I
Yeah,
don't
that's
remember.
It's me.
no, it's not.
Oh.
It's Yoda's uncle.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought you
yeah.
said Dave.
Mm.
I thought you were asking about it on the YouTube. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, he's just joined here.
Yeah, that's cool.
My ex-wife's brother. He's a good lad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I dropped it over there. I can go and drop it all over everywhere.
Well, we just had a good bit with Buster. I don't think anybody was listening. That was probably one of the best bits we've done yet, Buster, right?
Man, I thought it was great. That was.
It's like, right, I'm gonna fucking get him with this now.
No, that was good, man. That was like being
Let's
able
go to
walk through
Betty's
that.
server now, right, Buster?
Oh man, hey, the other night somebody brought up that stupid navigation globe fear, and I was like, I know it's wrong. I know it's the 2D, but I couldn't explain it. And I was like, but he was off the topic anyway, so I was able to divert off of that because he was obfuscating the actual point. But yeah, we did go over and do some destroying.
Type's
people
over
throw-
there. We can tag team them later.
What did I miss with you guys? Am I breaking up?
No, you're good.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, somebody else in that same discussion said something about tangent from your
Hello?
from your side. Yeah, I can hear you. Well, he dropped again. Well, maybe not. Yeah, he one guy brought up tangent from your line of sight. I'm like, that you need to go look up what a tangent is, but
Yeah, I like that.
Well, that's no problem. They can extend. Oh,
with a dotted line.
that's right. Just look at the dotted line. You can extend that shit. No big deal.
Yeah, you just lift the circle up to the line of your eyes, right? That's all you do. You just
Well, you just make
extend
another-
your.
Yeah, you make another imaginary circle at the line of sight. So
Yeah,
the
see.
dotted line extends it.
Yeah.
So now you got a whole new circumference. Yeah,
Yeah, not a big deal.
Damn, Discord.
Yeah.
we could hear you a minute ago. You
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
just couldn't hear us.
Yeah. You're sort of going on about the doxing thing, so I thought it was sort of related to Aaron. If that's the way it was going over there at Ranty's, right? Same person as far as I'm concerned.
The thing about these damn globe heads is like what do what am I going to do? Dox a globehead, call their boss, and say, "Hey, that guy that works for you, he thinks he lives on a ball." They're going to be like, yeah, that's what I think too. Yeah, all of us think we live on a ball. Yeah, well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Yeah.
It's a 2D undevelopable server.
Yeah.
It's not 2D.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets in like the amount of people that I've ever had to talk about this sort of stuff. I mean, what we were going over before with Buster, when we came down to it, was Euclidean geometry being the formulation of logic, right? It's just like a logical step leads you to geometry. That's where you end up at, right? So if you ever end up at another geometry, there's a mistake has been made, right? Because the logical conclusion of all of these logical steps is geometry. That's where you end up at, Euclidean. So for you to end up at these other geometries and you to not realize there's a problem going on, right? The problem then obviously is that somebody's altered your logic and how you formulate logic. And like what we went over with Buster before was that like some of these fallacies that are there within the other geometry, right? These other geometries that they play about with in the minds are only there because of faulty logic. Any normal logical step would lead you to a proof which is formed within Euclidean geometry. It's fascinating. The 2D, 3D logical fallacies that these people come under nowadays. And it's literally just a malformed logic that leads them to these conclusions. And you can't get them to talk about it long enough to expose these fallacies to them. They'll run from it mid-conversation if they have to. They'll shout at you, call you names, make up stories about you so they don't have to talk to you. Like we're experiencing at the minute.
Yeah, it's funny. They have nothing, so they have to resort to that. But it's a damn joke.
We may as well have fun with them.
Yeah. I mean, I watched Big Tune right there with Right the Hand. And he's calling somebody else a doxer. Give me a damn break. Well, I'll say him because it's part of the wolf pack.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had that. He did say on that stream where they were talking about me, where he went, he is, yes. I'm talking about me being a doxer. Slice Bar Kane's told everybody. And, Slice Bar Kane's word seems to be enough for proof for most of these people. I don't know why. He's got a failed test and that's about it. He's not really done anything else, but his word's good enough. But in that particular video, McToon said somebody sent him an email, so he tracked their IP address to a location in the UK. He gave the specific town. Now I don't know how much more detail he had, but that's doxing, right? Finding out somebody's location from computer data. I don't know what people call doxing nowadays. The ballers that I've been talking to recently seem to think pointing out somebody's got a work top on constitute some sort of a doxing offence. At least Slice Barcane does. So what? I don't know. How do we get to talk to people? Or how do we get to further the conversations that we're having with the people when they can't even... I don't know. They have a different logic. They have a curved straight line, whereas I have a straight line. There's a definite understanding between the two for me. I don't think they have that. And when I say they, I mean most people. I don't think most people live in reality, really. It's probably a good thing, because to live in reality is to have a load of people that don't live in reality shouting at you. Has my live stream gone down? You guys don't need it anyway, do you?
No, it's still going.
No, I meant the live stream in the Discord. It said it shut it down. I'll close that screen. You guys don't need it, do you? Right, so anyone want to go anywhere? Hello? Hello? Oh. Awaiting endpoint. Oh, come on. Hey, guys, I can't hear you. Oh. Discord shut down. Won't be a minute. Don't know if you guys can hear me or whatever, but I've got a waiting endpoint. Is it messed up for everyone? I can't Does anyone else know what's going on with the Discord? There we go.
Oh my
Hello?
God, what the heck is going on? Discord?
Sorted. I changed the server to the US.
Wow.
Yeah.
Check.
I thought it was me.
No, it's everybody.
Mic check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
And I was bouncing in and out like Redmond. Ba-ding-ding-ding-ding-ding.
Me too.
Well, back again
Couldn't hear
anyway.
anything for a minute.
Yeah, I was saying, should we go over anything? Anybody want to, seeing as we're still live, should we do a proof or anything?
Do a proof?
Yeah.
Sure. I got Spades over here saying, will you unban me from Barantes? I'm like, I didn't ban you. Drone Star, Spades, WS. I think it's all the same. I can't tell.
Scorpio's trying to get Steve McRae over here, and they're going like, Steve McRae, no, it's a hard pass on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody saying, just mute him whenever he says something dumb. This is our Discord. Like, he's obviously thinking that Scorpio's going to go over there, isn't he? Because they have to have these moderation rights or whatever to mute people. Well, I'd like to see that. Steve McRae. There's loads of people that I would like to have a chat with, and just literally just a chat, and they can't talk, can they? What's up with that? What's up with just having a chat?
It's emotional.
It's
a very emotional topic for them.
Does seem to be, like just talking with somebody. And they have to make up stories so not to talk to people. It's shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Very.
Well, the things they lump onto other people just... I don't know. They say we live in a little echo chamber. But I wouldn't say so. I'd like to talk to as many people as possible, but I just find a lot of people seem to be triggered by nothing, by reality.
Yeah. Why can't a grown man talk about geometry without getting emotional and angry and defensive? Why can't a grown man talk about surveying without, getting irate?
Yeah.
I mean, if we were like subhuman and stupid, you would think they'd be like, well, here, let me show you. Let me explain to you how this works. But they can't. And I guess maybe that makes them angry because they know they have to double talk. And when you get down to the practical level of geometry and surveying, they just can't double talk their way out of it enough. They have to go like Veach and just run their mouth 90 miles an hour and just try to shut everybody's mic down. There's nothing else they could do.
Yeah, and this is one place where that is not going to fly. I mean, there's just, you get down to the bare knuckles, and it's like Bev said, you can't even get past a straight line.
Yeah. Let's stay on the singular point, shall we? I like that one. I can do lots of things with that.
Check that out in the live stream there as well. That's from Twitter. 11 people liked that tweet that came from Septic, and the question was, what's the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry? And it's like they liked that question. Anyone want to hazard a guess at an answer? I mean, I know what I said.
Well, there's geometry and then there's bullshit.
Made up.
My one was, well, you have this geometry that's well defined. It's got definitions and propositions and postulates and axioms and all of that. It's well defined and it's an axiomatic system. They call that Euclidean geometry. And the other one isn't that. Right? That's it. It's got none in the front of it. Whereas, so is the Euclidean is the definition, right? It defines itself and it's an axiomatic system. That none in front of it just means not that.
But it's so well defined that even within the subsets of the geometry, like the spherical or well, the spherical was the one I was reading, but even within the subsets, it tells you where it's an offshoot. Like with the spherical geometry, it goes on to tell you that it's 2D, and then it can be flattened out. So with all of the definitions within Euclidean, when you go into the non-Euclidean, like the spherical, they even tell you where it's different and how it contradicts Euclidean, or it contradicts reality. Sorry.
Yeah. Much better to swap them two terms.
Yeah.
Euclidean and reality.
Yeah.
Well, I think Euclidean geometry is so fundamental. It defines the straight line and the angle and the perpendicular, and all of that stuff is defined within Euclidean geometry. Now, if you have a non-Euclidean geometry, it only makes sense that they have their own sets of definitions and all of that gets built upon to build the other geometry.
Right.
But
that's like
not how it works.
That's what I was like when I was reading into the spherical. You've got Euclidean that's well defined. You got parallels, perpendiculars. And then when you go into the spherical, they use that to try to explain what they think we live on. There's no such thing as parallel lines.
Yeah.
There are no parallel lines in spherical. So, I mean, within that subset, and then you try to mix the two, there's blaring contradictions right out the gate.
Well, you see, thinking of it as a logical system, right? It says there are no parallel lines. Well, for there to be no parallel lines in a geometric system that I understand, you would have to define parallel lines to be able to say there are none. Right?
Right.
So within the definitions of spherical geometry, you would hope to find a definition of parallel lines. So then you can find out what there isn't. Right? But I almost guarantee you there is no definition of a parallel line in spherical geometry. Why would there be? There are none. But again, we go if you go with that fact of the parallel lines, then on their model you have longitudinal lines top to bottom. They call them the great circles, don't they, or whatever, the ones that intersect antipodal. The other lines are latitudinal lines. Now, they look like they're pretty much the same distance from each other, don't they?
Yeah.
Never meeting. Pretty much the definition for a parallel line. Right?
It even says but it says within their spherical geometry there's no parallel lines.
Yeah. So you know what they have to do?
Flatten it out.
No.
Oh.
No, they just have to make them not lines. Right? Because you can mess about with everything. Yeah. Circles. They're circles. They're great circles. Or whatever. There's only one of the great circle, and that's round the equator. Right? That's a straight line. And so the rest of them are... just ignore them, right? Forget about it. It's alright.
Right.
Yeah, never mind. Don't look at them. Don't... Yeah. Ixnay. Like, you can get them every time, all right, as well, because you'll go. Oh, jeez, what was happening then? You'll go. So you know when you go to the, you're not allowed past the 60th. What's that they call it? The
Oh,
60th
parallel.
Of what? There's
It's
none.
not actually.
There's none in spherical geometry, is there? Oh. It's a trick. It's
Oh,
a
dear.
mind trick. All of it.
Well, they still use the same words to keep the magic trick alive, because you can use those words and people understand the term parallel and they use it, but then they don't tell them that within the spherical geometry there's not parallel lines. But we're going to use the term anyway, so we can still fool you.
I've just got another Tau Ceti Alpha. Have you ever heard of that? Twitter
No.
hero. Oh, let me see if we can.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on Twitter.
Let me see if I'll just get a screenshot for you.
Are these new threads or off the old one from earlier today?
Yeah, these are the new group are coming in. The new troll squad. They must be on a shift change.
Wow. They really like their name calling. don't they?
Yeah, I mean that's a nice opener, that, right? And that guy that I'm talking to, you know, on the top there, the 5, he's the one that I've actually gone through and set up the proof for proof. Right, so we've had a proper conversation, me and that other guy, within
Okay.
the next, you know, that was 5 hours ago, so that was probably at the beginning of the conversation. We've had an ongoing one, so he's jumped back in at the beginning to do
Gotcha.
that. So he's, you know, obviously that's the usual Twitter type troll. Just disrespectful or offensive. Oh.
I just play with these trolls over here and debate discussion because that's the only place I can go. Oh, they're funny.
Oh, look at this now, right? Like, we've had that conversation earlier with that guy, and now they've just done this. I was expecting Bev doing a dumb before even clicking on your tweet. Lo and behold, there he is. And Blue Falcon has put, I apparently missed the memo on this one. Next thing I know, Steve, Reds, Septic and co are blowing up my notifications. Lesson learned. Sorry, Cheshire Vicky. So that what I've been setting up with the proof for proof with this guy. He's been warned off.
Yeah, you got the memo, didn't
These guys just got the memo. Yeah. Don't talk to Bev. Holy shit.
We can't have another one taking a fall.
Yeah. Yeah, we're like we can't even look even more silly.
We sent a few stooges and they got made to look like fools.
Yeah. He's been warned off. He now knows that he's been warned off. That's shocking.
Wow.
Why would he comply to that? Why wouldn't he be like, oh, well, what's, I'm told not
No.
to touch. Let's go see why I can't touch.
It's the
Yeah,
crew.
Most children, when they're told not to do something, they got to do it even more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you'll be banished from the group. You know
Oh,
what? You
yeah.
know what they're like.
And
Club.
Yeah. They'll be able to.
The
They
club.
can just point at you and go, "You're a flat earther. You don't belong here. Go
be like, oh,
away.
okay.
Don't talk to that flat earther." Even though he's not a flat earther, but I mean, we'll just call him a flat earther anyway, and then we don't have to talk to him.
Well, if they don't talk to him because he had a conversation with you, then why would he want to stay around those people?
Can't believe he posted it. He got a memo on there. That's shocking.
They don't know, do they? They don't know. Well,
I never was much for clubs, and if somebody ever told me that, I'd be like, I'm gonna go check this out, see what's going on. But
I'm pretty keen to take the Kozlowski curvature conundrum to the bowlers, but I think that's what's frightened them off. I think they've seen the Kozlowski curvature conundrum on the whiteboard, and they've absolutely pooed them pants. The Brian Mullen whiteboard of truth, showing that Jesse.
Wait a minute. Is that Brian Mullen's old whiteboard? Is that the whiteboard?
Could be. I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Might be. Might be just imbued with the power of the Mullen. You never know.
Well,
power of the Mullen.
Yeah.
That's the story I'm going with.
Yeah.
Superpowers activate.
The power of truth
Compels you.
Yeah. Where's everybody gone? Nobody came over, Cleary.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think everybody's been warned off.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You can start adding, creating invites on the, right there on Discord, but.
Yeah.
Maybe I could drop it over there and Jim's server. Oh, shit. Just one of those days, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be shutting off soon. Right, we're going to be doing this a bit more often. It went quiet today, though, as soon as we went live. Although there's nobody listening, it does go... Well, there's 2 people watching.
It seems like there'd be enough trolls in the debate discussion to do a what do you call it, chicken shit chat troll. Sometimes they're in here.
Yeah,
Like this guy, Canadian Surveyor, he's dropping all these memes in here and stuff. Oh no. What is it? Mailman, Nick, IG. I've been telling him quantum theory is just Ether rebranded. They're like, you're stupid. Wait a minute, that makes sense. Yeah.
Why is my title not changed?
Oh, it looks like Travis is going to do a premiere.
Oh, why didn't he say?
The server went crazy, and that's when he dropped out. You know.
Yeah.
So it's his fault.
Well, he just announced it over on somewhere.
I was kidding when I said
Oh, I know. It just wasn't funny, so I didn't laugh. Where did he? I don't know. I saw it pop up. There it is. Oh yeah, he dropped it here. In the debate discussion. Something he's already filmed, I guess.
Well, he says he's willing to present to the public, and you can too.
interesting.
I do like that so bored one. The girl's spinning around in the chair.
You like that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is that your girlfriend?
Probably. I like the kid below it. So
Yeah.
I'm okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's a good one.
They don't have anything. I asked them what they had to say, and say they have exciting things to say, but then they don't say anything.
Who is that?
Oh, Nick.
Oh. Yeah. Hang on. Let's see. This should trigger him. Maybe they went away.
I'm pretty sure he's still there.
Wait, here's one. Buster 2.
Okay. They were on that pretty quick. They're watching this chat steady now.
Mm-hmm. You could turn this into a whole. I mean, if we feed the trolls like this, you could have a shit ton of them in here, talking shit all the time.
How come I can't find the plane? Oh, never mind.
What, on the, you mean in our
Debate discussion.
debate discussion, yeah. We'd have to change it from debate discussion because they definitely don't want to discuss anything to do with the debate. That was the initial idea of that room. Where you went, I would like to debate with such and such over the topic of like this, and it would be structured like this, and that to me is what a discussion about a debate is. You know, then the
Well, my
actual
version is,
debate is what comes afterwards.
Yeah, my version is globeheads are worthless. Globeheads have not one proof, and they go, "Sure, I do."
Yeah.
Tell me why you live on a ball.
Ooh, I
look,
just
it's
got a
seen
wrench.
photos.
I just got a wrench on the plain truth panel.
Oh God, I should have warned him about you.
Moving up in the world. Apparently, I'm trustworthy now.
I did tell him about you, man.
Well, then how the heck did I get a wrench?
Right, yeah, he says he's still up for it. Right, so I've said Tomorrow, what I'll do is it's proof for proof. I'll go first if he wants tomorrow. And then I've asked him, should we do it like a video submission? Right, I'll submit my proof by video, and then the public can choose whether that's a good enough proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we can just build on there and keep going, proof for proof. Would hopefully get the site out there, right? And then we can do our proofs as little videos for proof for proof.
You get some bumper stickers.
Everyone can then watch that proof, can't they?
Yeah, that would be cool.
There's no way you're not needed to have a debate or anything. Then there's no need for them to call you morons and retards and flat earthers and all of that. You just submit a proof, everybody decides and talks about it. They can call you morons in their bit if they want. But how would we well, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it, who thinks what of whichever ones? They're just proofs.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about just like proofs in general, or geometric proofs, or what exactly?
Well, yeah, proof for proof. Yeah,
Yeah, like my
it's like a game, right?
yeah, like water at rest cannot be in motion. That's my favorite one now.
It's not
It's
much
hard
of
to
a proof,
explain.
though, is it? Really, that's just a few words you put together.
Yeah, I can
So
visualize it. I
how
can
would you
demonstrate it.
formulate that into a proof, right? As a submission to somebody, in
Well, it's
order
like
to.
hydrostatics. Are you familiar with hydrostatics? I was looking at that. It's the study of
Hey, don't
water at rest.
don't tell them.
Yeah.
You don't give them away. But yeah. So like you could build your proofs, right? Proof for proof.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it works, and people judge your proof. I'm like, it's going to be pretty easy because I know what I'm going to start off with. Like, it's pretty easy,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I'm going to call mine Cleary's Law. And they can try to debunk it, but then
Yeah.
I have a whole science behind it that confirms that simple thing, that weird thing that maybe I need to say it differently, but water at rest cannot be in motion. I was thinking about horizontal, and I was thinking about resting water, and like I always talk about, I like to get down below that, and below that horizontal baseline, that horizontal water plane, is the fact that it's not moving. Once you move any resting water, cup, a bowl, anything, good luck. Even, I'm not talking 1,000 miles per hour. I'm talking like, very, very slowly. It won't remain at rest. And hydrostatics confirms that. So, yeah, that's pretty good.
I like to find like an underwater, like an underground cave with no life in the water. That I would imagine that as being the most still water available.
Yeah.
I can't see anything being leveler than that.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Like somewhere you'd come up to try to get a breath of air. In some kind of air pocket in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe one of those saline, deep ocean saline things. Where the fish swim in and die.
Now, see, the fish swimming in it would be enough movement, wouldn't it, to
Yeah.
decomposition of whatever the gases.
That reminds me of that Bible verse talking about still waters. I'm sure God's scalpel knows it.
Run deep.
Oh, what is that? Victoria.
What do I know about?
In the Bible, it talks about still waters. He makes me to lie down.
Oh yeah, I think that means like on the surface though, but
Oh, here it is. Yeah, he maketh me to lie down in green pastures,
yeah.
which is not flat. You know, it's got topography. But then he leadeth me beside the still waters. When you think about that still water, it really is awesome. I think
I think it means like just like a pond or whatever, but I don't know.
yeah, it's not moving.
Mhm.
But Travis is putting his video out now.
Let it start. Oh,
That'd be a good question for a globe head. Is that water at rest? Yes, it is. Okay, thanks.
This guy is telling me that space time is the space in my living room, and when I walk through my living room, I bend it.
All of that geometry, right, doesn't exist here. It's out there in that non-Euclidean space. You can't bring that non-Euclidean space in here. This is the land of Euclidean. And that, I think that's one of their problems, is that's what they do. They bring that non-Euclidean in. They bring it back to the land, and that's where you end up with a bent level.
Sure.
Non-Euclidean always reminds me of that non-zero error. It's just not geometry.
How do we get to talk to them about it?
How do we get to talk to the people that don't want to talk?
Yeah, these people that imagine that they know it all. How do we get to talk to them and get them to show us all of the stuff that they know?
Oh, well, you do like Ranty did, which was genius. The what do you call it? The round table. Come in and George come in here and talk, for frickin' 2 hours straight while people, collapse.
Yawn.
Yeah. And you just get all of that data, and you can go back and say, huh, you said this, you said that,
I've literally tried to get anyone to do that. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't get them to do it. It must be something to do with me.
Yeah, Ranty is, a lot of people trust him, and
George, there's no way George wouldn't even come and talk to us. As soon as I asked George about why we need 2 models to do our surveying onto, he called me a liar or whatever and then left.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him why surveyors would need 2 models to put all of their things on. I've never heard of that before. Literally. two models. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, well, it depends on the situation or the day. You want to have a bunch of different reasons why
Yeah. You just
conflicting
get.
things.
Can you put my house plans together? Yeah, of course I can. I'll put it together. There's two. Why is there two? Well, it depends. It depends whether we live on a flat plane or a globe. We can't tell.
See, that all alludes to the question how, within the definitions of the geometries you use, because they obviously use two different geometries, how within those two and their definitions can you intertwine them? And they can't answer that. There's no way they could. Not within the definitions of both of them.
Have you ever looked into elliptical geometry?
I just read it, but I haven't looked into it yet. I saw it within the other article, but I haven't. But it said something about that. It said that the spherical is an offshoot. Let me find it again.
Well, it's like the one you were talking about the other day. I can't remember what it was, but it was separate circles. What'd you call that one?
With orthogonal circles.
Yeah. Is that not the same thing? You'd have to have separate.
The orthogonal circles was based on the radiuses of two different circles where the radiuses meet.
Yeah.
But this elliptical, let me see if I can find where it said that.
Seems like it'd be the same thing to me. Yeah, those images right there, I swear.
It should not surprise you that with spherical geometry or elliptical, everything is done on a sphere. Hang on. I thought it said something else about it being an offshoot of. Dang it. Mathematician Bernard Riemann is credited with the development of spherical geometry. Ironically enough, he was born about the same time hyperbolic geometry was developed by two names I can't pronounce. He was instrumental in convincing the mathematical worlds of the merits of non-Euclidean geometry.
He was instrumental in convincing people.
Right. They called him a mathematician. I mean, he's a math magician, I guess, would be better. Oh, where did it say it? It's I didn't mean to stop you there. I could have swore it said that spherical was based on elliptical. But what is elliptical geometry?
It's
a oblong.
It's an amalgamation of, so you can think Euclidean. But have a spherical thing underlying it, right? It's a sort of a crazy world. It's not you thought spherical geometry was a bit of a joke. Elliptical geometry is hilarious. It's not a geometry at all. It's a joke.
Yeah, you could.
Bears no relevance to anything.
Mm-hmm. It has no rules.
Yeah, could be this. Depends. Who knows? Sort of like I suppose it's the basis of formulating your own geometry, right?
Yeah, like the globe is.
Yeah. Once you go into that sort of realm of, well, you have to be able to make your own geometry up, because obviously Euclidean geometry is flat Earth geometry.
Yeah, that's a question. A couple questions we should ask him. You know, what's the length of your radius? 3959, or I don't know, maybe 4,000 miles. I don't want to say, but then so yeah, So how do you explain that on an oblate spheroid? We don't have just one radius.
But his oblate spheroid is two-dimensional.
based on his geometry.
Yeah, it has to be. You know, as soon as you go to the spherical, because the oblateness is like those flat bits of Euclidean in between, and then the curvature obviously is where the Euclidean isn't. That's where the oblateness comes from.
Yeah. And only super genius people can calculate, using that. So you just take your planar surveying measurements, hand it over to some guy, and he'll try to turn it into an oblate spheroid for you.
He'll magic that shit out of it.
Whoa. Dude, the guy put tomorrow is fine, Thursday would be better, I have a paper due video or whatever. And then some guy has come on. Look, I'll take a picture because I've never seen that before. He's got... This guy has come on and he's like a paper guy or something. Oliver Charles, the essay guy. With hello, let me handle that paper for you. And then it's got send a private message. There's a little link underneath his tweet. So he's like searching Twitter for people saying they've got a paper due and sending them messages for getting people to write. Do you reckon you could do a scientific paper and actually have nothing and get people to write it for you?
Oh yeah, people get paid to do that.
Yeah. You hand over all of your paperwork to somebody else and get him to write it for you, or does he just write it, the paper for you?
Oh, they have papers on anything you want. They just pull it out of a catalog and try to make it look different from somebody else's,
Change
they
it a
take
bit.
the same classes quarter after quarter, same subjects, same papers. I'm sure it's a big industry with back in the day I was in school, we didn't have much technology at all,
Yeah.
but then now the computer age, they probably have anything you want.
Yeah, digital document.
Yep.
Yeah. All your homework pieces, papers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
I was in college about maybe 6 years too soon. Everything changed after that. Heck, when I was in studying mechanical engineering, we had a pencil, drawing stuff out.
Yeah,
We
when
didn't
I
use
did
CAD.
yeah, when I did my surveying, we literally had draft boards. I had
Yep.
to have one to do it, to do plans for kitchens and stuff. Like we did architectural drawing.
Mm-hmm.
No computers. There wasn't any.
No. Mainframes. That's about all.
Yeah, I'm not used to computers. I don't like the idea of them myself. I quite like the idea of this. This chatting and talking, and I mean, this is definitely the future, the way forward, isn't it? All of these chat rooms. This is going to be all there is, unless they decide that they want to shut us out of it because some people don't like the idea of us talking.
Yeah, I remember back in the day.
Ideas.
Yeah, back in the day we had Yahoo chats, I think it was. I used to talk to people on there, met a girl from New York, went to New York, hung out with her, and just kind of met different people around in different states, and we hung out and stuff. It was really cool. And then all of a sudden one day it just all went away. I guess because there were too many, crazy things going on out there. People meeting other people, kind of like Craigslist, where it became kind of a dangerous thing after a while. I don't know what that was all about. Maybe it gave people too much freedom, to just talk to other people and get out of the echo chamber television that like a globe head lives in. That's an echo chamber right there. They tell you what to think.
Everybody tells you what to think, don't they? I think.
Yeah.
I think everybody's idea is to manipulate other people for yourself, for your own self-interest.
Yeah, people say I don't like sales, but I'm like, you're selling all the time. You get up in the morning and fix your hair and brush your teeth, so you can convince people that you're clean.
You brush your teeth?
Well, yeah, and everything you do. You don't go around acting like a moron. Well, some people do, not to name anybody in particular, because you want to sell people on the idea that you're not a moron. Everything is to convince yourself or other people of a certain thing.
God, sir.
What's that?
You should see if you could get that guy that's in Betty's server that he goes by Bryce Jones. He'd probably be a good one to snag in here.
Yeah? Let me see what I can do.
The other night he was kind of on.
Or what?
Yeah, he was a globehead, but he was like the other night I was in there. He was kind of on the fence about a lot of stuff. Seemed like.
I'll go check it out. I don't know. I don't know him, so I'll see.
Yeah.
That's what me and Pete Shea were talking about one day. It's like you don't have to sell the reality, but the globe, is a shit sandwich, and you've got to sell it. You got to really sell it at a young age, push it, explain it all, and ultimately, though, you end up with a shit sandwich that someone sold you. It's not anything you really wanted to buy, but that's what you're stuck with. And you don't want anybody to take that thing away from you because you've had it for so long. Yet you're...
It's a lot of imagination. They I know it's a tired analogy, but Santa Claus or Superman, once you start realizing, hey, wait a minute, how's he in all these places in one night? And some adult will come up with some cockamamie story about how he can do all that stuff in light speed or whatever, and so the lie just keeps getting prevailed, or pushed out, and you just don't ask questions because you trust. And it's the same way with this. I mean, like we were going over the spherical geometry, it's the same exact thing. They start making up shit to try to push the narrative.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, that's it. Santa bends space-time and, warps linear time. He actually goes so fast that he can actually travel backwards in time, like Superman.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Then he can shrink himself to get down those chimneys, with quantum physics. Be in two places at once.
Oh my God, we had a fire last night. Did Santa get burned? No, he's fireproof. He's got an Iron Man suit he can wear. There's always an explanation.
I guess I should be thankful of my dad. Whatever, I don't know. I can't remember doing that, but I mean, you know, I did have a good 7 years wiped. The rest, I don't know. Like I don't have any memories of that, but maybe that may be good. Like, you know, that my memories go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the past. It's all pretty much present at the minute.
Yeah.
Should be coming hopefully right away.
Oh, nice. I figured he would. He seemed like he was willing to talk about stuff.
Just make sure if you guys see him, join. Give him something
Yeah.
so he can see us. Hey, no. Are we still recording? I gotta mute.
It's alright, nobody's listening.
We didn't do Santa stuff at our house. My dad worked his ass off to make ends meet and was like, I'm not letting anybody else take credit for this.
Yeah.
And of course, I didn't do it either. And it's funny because I didn't do it for different reasons than he did. I just didn't do it just because I just didn't feel like perpetrating a lie. And my daughter could barely speak. She was maybe 2 or 3. And we were in a restaurant. And the lady came up and said, "What's Santa getting you?" And she looked at her like, Santa's not real. And that lady looked at us like we were child abusers.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
She gave us a mean mug.
Sorry to interrupt you, Buster. He's here. Hey.
Oh, cool. I don't see him. See?
He needs tags.
There. Oh, okay. No, he's back in Betty's server.
Did he just join?
Yes, he did.
Someone,
That's
yeah,
the only
someone-
thing I don't like is when they first come, they can't see anything and then they bugger off again.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why mine's open. People just come in.
Yeah, well, we can't, yeah. See, we can't have, if we're going live, we can't really have people jumping in, can we? But,
Yeah.
No, but we should have maybe a lobby where I could at least went up there and met him
Yeah.
and said, "Oh, hey, just a sec." We're just
You
getting
could,
into that.
like, if you had somebody, like, able to server meet people, I guess you might be able to do that. But then you'd have all kinds of, yeah, it'd be crazy.
Let me know when you guys give them some tags. I'll tell them to come back.
Is it Bryce Jones?
Pardon me?
Bryce
Bryce.
Jones?
Mm-hmm. Bryce, something.
Yeah, Bryce. Yeah, Bryce Jones.
I'll give him a live stream.
Pardon me?
Gave him a
I'll
live
give him
stream.
live stream role.
So I can tell them to come back.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, they can come in now. We've only got the live stream role for now. It's enough to get in.
Be gentle.
whoa, check this out. This is from Twitter. A tweet.
So live-
It says about the, can you see that?
Yeah.
Talk about the earthquakes using this video with a spatial point of it, and it's looks like it's moving, but there's a big hole, there's a big gap.
Geospatial?
Yeah,
I have to
Yeah,
go to
you-
YouTube to
you-
see that.
you can imagine it lying down or whatever, but it's there's a big gap in it.
Mm-hmm.
I just think I find that amazing that there's so much
There's a lot.
activity around a certain area for a ring of it, but not much at, I guess, poles on their model. Too big
I don't know
that
if
you're
you
not
go
allowed
like
to go to.
if you go over to like Mount Rainier on Google Earth, there's a lot of those little pimple mountains that you can tell they're just mudslides. It's like maybe gas or water kind of pushed up and caused a lot of these mountains because they look like pimples on Google Earth. It's funny. It doesn't look like it's like lava or anything.
No, it says earthquakes.
Yeah.
There are all of the hot spots for the earthquakes, but when you play the video, there's a big hole.
Hmm.
There seems to be one in the middle as well. There's an earthquake
Oh, that thing.
center.
Yeah.
There's a big hot spot.
Hmm.
Weird. Oh, wait, this brew. So who are we waiting for coming over? Yeah.
I think gods might be trying to track down Bryce.
Does anybody know who it is?
Yeah, he was in the chat the other night I was in, and he seemed like he was reasonable to talk to. I thought he might be good. See if he'd have a chat.
Well, I think I'll shut the live stream off for now, soon as nobody's watching anyway.